Two roads. Two stories. Somewhere in the forests of Oregon, there is a road people refuse to drive after midnight. Not because of accidents. Not because of animals. Because of a woman standing in the fog by the guardrail. Smiling. Waiting. Watching your headlights cut through the darkness toward her, and somewhere in Uttarakhand. There is a road that doesn't appear on maps during the day. A road that only reveals itself during storms. A road that shows you the face of someone you lost, a dead parent, a missing child, a friend buried years ago, standing in the rain ahead, waving for you to stop. One road hunts your body. The other hunts your guilt. Tonight, we drive both. But before we begin, if you're watching this alone right now, in the dark, with rain tapping against your window and the roads outside gone quiet, hit the like button. Let us know you made it here tonight. Share this with someone brave enough to watch it with you. Send it without warning. At midnight. No context. Let them discover it the way you did. Subscribe to Shadow's Lair and press the bell icon. Every single notification, because we go deeper every week. Indian urban legends no one has told in English. Haunted highways. Creatures that have no name yet. Stories that were buried and then dug back up. Done. Then keep the lights off. Keep your phone close. And whatever you hear outside your window tonight, don't look. Let's drive. Story 1. The Smiling Woman of Black Pine Road. Tonight's story is not just another ghost legend. Because somewhere in Oregon, there is a road people refuse to drive after midnight. Not because of accidents. Not because of wild animals. But because drivers claim that if you see a smiling woman standing beside Black Pine Road, your life changes forever. Locals say she appears in heavy fog. Always alone. Always silent. And she only asks for one thing. A ride, but there are 3 rules every person in Ash Grove knows. Do not stop. Do not look directly into her eyes. And no matter what happens, never let her inside your car. Because according to those who survived, once she enters, she never leaves. Tonight, we're diving into the terrifying legend of the Smiling Woman of Black Pine Road, a story involving disappearances. Cursed reflections, a decades-old massacre, and a ghost still searching for something she lost in the woods many years ago. So before we begin, lock your doors. Check your back seat. And if you're listening to this alone at night, don't look behind you. Because by the end of this story, you may start seeing her too. There are roads in America that people avoid after midnight. Roads where headlights seem weaker. Roads where radio stations dissolve into static. Roads where experienced truck drivers suddenly grip the steering wheel tighter for reasons they cannot explain. But Black Pine Road was different. People did not avoid it because of dangerous turns or animal crossings or stories invented by bored teenagers. They avoided it because something was there. Something that waited in the dark between the trees. Something that had been seen for decades by frightened travelers who all described the exact same thing, a woman standing beside the road, smiling. Deep in the forests of Oregon, beyond the dying lumber town of Ash Grove, Black Pine Road cut through miles of dense pine wilderness untouched by sunlight for most of the year. The trees there grew unnaturally tall, their black trunks packed so tightly together that they looked less like a forest and more like the bars of some enormous prison cage stretching endlessly into darkness. Even during daytime, the road felt wrong. The air was colder there, quieter. The wind rarely blew through the trees, yet branches still moved sometimes, slowly creaking as if something heavy was climbing through them high above where nobody could see. Locals believed the forest surrounding Black Pine Road was cursed long before the highway was ever built. Native stories warned settlers that the land was hungry. Hunters claimed sounds traveled strangely there. A scream could echo for miles while footsteps vanished completely after only a few feet. Animals avoided the deeper parts of the woods. Birds stopped singing near certain stretches of road. Dogs refused to leave cars when brought near the forest at night. But the real fear began in 1989. That was when the first reports appeared. Drivers started claiming they saw a woman standing beside the road after midnight. Always alone. Always wearing pale clothing. Always smiling. At first, people assumed she was a hitchhiker. Some thought she was mentally ill. Others believed she was part of a cruel prank designed to scare travelers. But over the years, the stories became too consistent to ignore. Every witness described her exactly the same way. Long black hair hanging wet against her face. Skin pale enough to reflect headlights. Bare feet stained with mud. And a smile that never moved, never blinked, never changed no matter what happened around her. Some drivers claimed she stood perfectly still until their vehicle slowed down. Others said she appeared suddenly in the middle of the road, forcing them to swerve around her. But the most terrifying reports came from people who made the mistake of stopping. According to local legend, if you saw the smiling woman beside Black Pine Road at night, there were 3 rules you had to follow if you wanted to survive. Do not stop. Do not make eye contact. And never, under any circumstances, let her inside your car. Because once she entered, she never left. The stories became darker with every passing year. One man claimed he picked her up believing she was injured. He said she sat silently in the back seat during the entire drive, smiling at him through the rearview mirror without blinking once. When he finally gathered enough courage to turn around, the seat was empty. 3 days later, police found his abandoned truck near the forest with deep scratches carved into the inside of every window. Another story involved a teenage couple who encountered the woman during a rainstorm. The boy laughed at the rumors and rolled down his window to ask if she needed help. According to the girl, the woman slowly leaned toward the opening and whispered something she could not understand. The next morning, the boy vanished from his locked bedroom. The only thing left behind was mud covering the floor beneath his mirror. In 2008, a truck driver crashed headfirst into a ditch after making a panicked emergency call to dispatch. The recording still circulated online years later. People who listened to it claimed the fear in the man's voice sounded genuine. He kept repeating the same sentence over and over again. She's in the mirror. She's in the mirror. She's smiling at me. Then came the sound of screaming tires, twisting metal, and silence. Police found the truck overturned along Black Pine Road. But no sign of another passenger was ever discovered. Eventually, the legend spread beyond Ash Grove. Paranormal forums discussed it obsessively. YouTube channels covered the story. Reddit users shared alleged encounters. Grainy dashcam videos began appearing online showing pale figures standing between trees before suddenly vanishing. Some clips captured strange reflections in mirrors. Others recorded faint laughter inside empty vehicles. Most people assumed the footage was fake. Clever editing. Internet horror designed for clicks and attention. But locals knew better. Because the people who grew up near Black Pine Road understood something outsiders didn't. The forest changed after midnight. Fog rolled in too quickly there, thick enough to swallow headlights whole within seconds. GPS systems stopped working. Batteries drained without explanation. And sometimes, drivers reported seeing impossible things moving between the trees just beyond the edge of the road. Tall shapes. Crawling figures. Faces staring from darkness where no human could possibly stand. Yet despite all the warnings, people still went looking for the legend. Curiosity is stronger than fear for some people. Especially online creators desperate for views. Which is why, on a freezing October night beneath a moon hidden behind storm clouds, a black van carrying 4 paranormal content creators slowly drove toward Black Pine Road. Rain struck the windshield in nervous little taps while fog drifted across the highway ahead like pale smoke. Inside the van, cameras and recording equipment rattled softly with every bump in the road. They were excited. Nervous. Laughing about ghost stories they didn't truly believe. None of them realized they were already being watched. Far ahead, hidden between towering pine trees, a pale woman stood motionless in the darkness beside the road. Her hair hung wet over her face. Mud covered her bare feet. And as the van's headlights slowly approached through the fog, her smile widened. Because after many years of waiting, someone had finally come back for her. And before the night was over, one of them would disappear into the forest forever. The YouTube channel was called Night Echo, and for millions of people across the internet, it had become one of the most terrifying channels ever created. Unlike cheap ghost hunters screaming at shadows for views, Night Echo built its reputation on realism. Their videos felt raw, grounded, and disturbingly believable. No fake jump cuts. No overdramatic music. No staged hauntings. Just 4 people walking into places where sane people refused to go and documenting whatever they found there. Abandoned hospitals where voices whispered through broken hallways. Forests where hikers vanished without explanation. Forgotten mining tunnels where strange figures appeared behind them on camera despite nobody being physically present. Their audience loved them because the fear felt genuine. Every nervous glance, every shaking breath, every silence hanging too long in dark places, it never looked performed. Over time, that authenticity turned the channel into an obsession for horror fans online. Nearly 2 million subscribers waited for every upload. Forums analyzed hidden details in their footage frame by frame. Some viewers even believed the group had accidentally captured real paranormal activity during previous investigations. Ethan Cole, the face of the channel, encouraged the mystery without fully confirming anything. Tall, confident, and naturally charismatic, Ethan had the kind of voice that could make even ordinary stories sound unsettling. He understood pacing. He knew how to pull people into fear slowly, carefully, like tightening a rope around their chest. Beside him was Maya Torres, the channel's camerawoman and skeptic. Maya grounded the group. While Ethan loved folklore and suspense, Maya challenged every claim they encountered. She constantly searched for rational explanations, often becoming the voice viewers trusted most when situations became intense. Then there was Tyler Reed, the sound technician and editor. Loud, sarcastic, and constantly joking to ease tension, Tyler handled audio equipment and post-production work. His humor often kept the group sane during long nights inside abandoned places where every creak sounded human. And finally there was Noah Whitmore. Quiet, intelligent, observant. Noah rarely appeared much on camera, but longtime viewers knew he was the researcher behind every investigation. He dug through police records, newspaper archives, witness testimonies, and forgotten history to uncover the origins behind the legends they explored. While Ethan told the story, Noah found it. But over the past few weeks, Noah had changed. Maya noticed it first during editing sessions. He had become distracted, quieter than usual. Sometimes he stared blankly at old photographs for long periods without speaking. Other times she caught him researching Black Pine Road late at night even after the episode preparations were finished. When she asked if something was wrong, he always gave the same answer. Just tired. But the exhaustion in his eyes looked deeper than lack of sleep. It looked like fear. Their latest investigation was supposed to be the biggest episode in the channel's history. The Smiling Woman of Black Pine Road. The legend had exploded online over the last year. Paranormal forums treated it like modern folklore. TikTok videos discussed mysterious disappearances linked to the road. Reddit threads compiled alleged witness encounters stretching back decades. Some viewers even claimed the smiling woman appeared in reflections during live streams discussing the legend. Most people dismissed those stories as internet hysteria. But Ethan saw opportunity. If even half the rumors surrounding Black Pine Road were true, this episode could push Night Echo beyond paranormal YouTube and into mainstream attention. The group arrived outside Ashgrove shortly after 10 p.m. beneath heavy clouds that swallowed the moon entirely. Rain drifted through the forest in thin silver sheets while fog rolled low across the asphalt like something alive crawling through the darkness. Their black van moved slowly along the empty highway, headlights cutting tunnels through the mist. Dense pine trees surrounded both sides of the road, rising so tall they blocked nearly everything beyond the narrow beam of light ahead. Inside the van, Tyler adjusted audio levels while muttering nervously. "I hate this place already." Ethan laughed from the passenger seat. "That's because you read too many Reddit comments." "No," Tyler replied quietly, staring out the window, "it's because there are no animals." Ethan looked around. Tyler was right. No insects. No birds. No distant howls. Nothing. The forest outside was silent in a way that felt unnatural. Even rain striking the trees sounded muted somehow, swallowed by the darkness surrounding them. Maya filmed from the back seat, camera balanced carefully against the window. Through the lens, the forest looked endless. Black tree trunks disappearing into fog. Shapes half visible between branches. Every few seconds she caught herself imagining movement in the distance. A pale figure standing deeper inside the woods. Watching the van pass. She blamed exhaustion. But unease slowly settled over everyone inside the vehicle the closer they came to Black Pine Road. Their GPS signal vanished first. Tyler tapped the screen repeatedly. "That's weird." Ethan smirked. Perfect horror movie timing. But nobody laughed very hard. 10 minutes later, radio static replaced the music playing softly through the speakers. Then came the smell. Wet earth mixed with something rotten beneath it. Like stagnant water left untouched for years. Noah suddenly sat upright in the back seat. "Stop the van." Ethan glanced at him. "Why?" Noah stared into the trees outside. His face looked pale beneath the dim interior lights. "I thought I saw someone." Maya turned the camera toward the woods. Nothing appeared beyond rows of dark pine trunks vanishing into fog. Ethan slowed the van anyway. Rain dripped softly against the windshield while the engine idled. The silence outside felt enormous. Then came a sound. Faint. Distant. A woman laughing somewhere deep in the forest. Tyler immediately looked up. "You guys heard that, right?" Nobody answered. Because they had. The laugh was quiet but unmistakably human. Soft. Hollow. Like someone trying very hard to sound happy after forgetting how. Ethan forced a grin for the camera. "Okay. That's genuinely creepy." He stepped out beside the van to begin filming the episode intro. Cold air wrapped around him instantly. His breath fogged beneath the flashlight beam while rain tapped steadily against his jacket. Maya followed with the camera, capturing wide cinematic shots of endless pine forests surrounding the road on both sides. Fog drifted through the trees in slow-moving waves. Somewhere above them, branches creaked softly despite there being no wind. Ethan faced the camera confidently. Locals claim people disappear along this road after encountering a smiling woman dressed in white. Most stories say she appears stranded, asking for help. He paused dramatically while rainwater dripped from his flashlight onto the pavement. But every legend has a beginning. Tonight. His smile faded slightly as he glanced toward the darkness behind Maya. "But we're finding out the truth." The camera slowly panned past him toward the forest. Between the trees, the fog appeared thicker somehow. Almost solid. And for one brief second, Maya thought she saw a shape standing motionless deep within the woods. Pale. Human. Smiling. She quickly adjusted focus. Nothing remained there. Just darkness between pine trunks. Ethan continued speaking to the audience, unaware that Noah was no longer paying attention to the filming. He stood several feet away near the edge of the road staring silently into the forest. Not casually looking. Listening. His expression had changed completely. His eyes looked distant. Haunted. As though he recognized something hidden among the trees. Maya lowered the camera. "You okay?" Noah blinked slowly like someone waking from a dream. "Yeah." But the answer came too quickly. Too uncertain. And while the others prepared equipment beside the van, something far inside the fog watched them silently from between the trees. A pale woman with long wet hair hanging over her face. Bare feet standing motionless in the mud. Smiling wider and wider as she stared directly at Noah Whitmore. Because after all these years, her son had finally come home. The last place anyone stopped before driving toward Black Pine Road was a dying little gas station sitting alone beside Highway 9 nearly 20 miles outside Ashgrove. Most travelers passed it without noticing. The building looked ancient, its faded wooden walls stained dark from decades of rain and winter storms. One flickering neon sign buzzed weakly above the entrance, casting sickly red light across empty fuel pumps and cracked asphalt shimmering beneath the rain. The surrounding forest stood close behind the station like a wall of blackness pressing inward from every direction. At night, the place felt less like a business and more like a shelter standing at the edge of something dangerous. Ethan parked the van beneath the glowing sign while rain tapped softly against the roof. Their headlights illuminated sheets of drifting fog moving across the road beyond the station. Maya stepped out first with the camera while Tyler stretched his arms and muttered, "This looks exactly like the setup for every horror movie ever made." Nobody argued with him. The station felt wrong immediately. Not haunted exactly. Just heavy. The kind of place where conversations naturally lowered into whispers without anyone realizing why. Inside, old fluorescent lights buzzed overhead with a faint electrical hum. The air smelled of gasoline, wet wood, stale coffee, and something older beneath it all. Rot. Rows of dusty shelves lined the tiny store while an old country song played quietly through a distorted radio speaker somewhere near the back wall. Behind the counter stood an elderly man with deep wrinkles carved into his face like cracks in dried earth. His gray beard looked uneven and neglected, and his tired eyes carried the exhausted look of someone who hadn't slept peacefully in years. His name tag read Walter. He barely looked up as the group entered, dripping rainwater across the floor. "Evening," Ethan said casually while grabbing a few bottles of water from a cooler. Walter nodded silently. Then he noticed the cameras. His expression tightened immediately. "You folks media?" Ethan smiled. "YouTube channel. We investigate local legends." The old man's face darkened further. "What legend?" Tyler answered before Ethan could. "The smiling woman." Silence swallowed the room. Even the old radio crackled and died into static for a moment. Walter slowly lifted his eyes toward them. The tiredness in his face vanished, replaced by something colder. Fear. Real fear. "You kids filming out there?" Ethan leaned against the counter confidently. "That's the plan." Walter stared at him for several long seconds without speaking. Rain hammered harder against the windows outside while fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead. Finally the old man whispered, "Then you shouldn't go." Tyler smirked awkwardly. "Come on, you don't actually believe all that stuff, do you?" Walter ignored him completely. His eyes remained fixed on Ethan. "You see her." His voice became quieter. Slower. "You drive." Nobody joked this time. Something in the old man's tone forced the air out of the room. Maya lowered the camera slightly. Walter continued staring at them with pale, sleepless eyes. "You do not stop. You do not roll your window down. And no matter what she says." He leaned forward slightly over the counter. "You do not let her inside your vehicle." Tyler forced a laugh. "What happens if someone does?" Walter's expression never changed. "She gets in." The fluorescent lights overhead flickered softly. Outside, wind hissed through the trees surrounding the station. Ethan tried keeping the mood light. "Look, we've heard the stories online. Pale woman, hitchhiker, ghost, whatever. But has anyone actually seen her?" Walter didn't answer immediately. Instead he looked toward the rain-covered windows facing the dark highway outside. His reflection trembled faintly in the glass beneath the flickering lights. "My brother saw her." The room fell completely silent. Maya slowly raised the camera again. Ethan's smile faded slightly. "What happened?" Walter swallowed hard. For the first time since they entered, the old man looked genuinely shaken. "This was back in '97, he said quietly. "My brother Earl was driving home late from Medford. Stormy night. Roads empty. He saw a woman standing beside Black Pine Road wearing this white dress soaked through with rain." Walter's hands trembled slightly as he spoke. He said she looked normal at first. Just stranded. Cold. Smiling. The old man's eyes slowly unfocused, like he was reliving the memory while speaking. Earl stopped because he thought she needed help. Rain struck the windows harder now, rattling softly against the glass. Somewhere outside, a loose sign creaked in the wind. Walter continued in a near whisper. He said the second she got into the truck, the temperature dropped. Tyler shifted uncomfortably. Ethan listened silently now, no longer amused. Earl asked where she needed to go. Walter said. But she never answered. She just sat in the back seat smiling at him through the mirror. Maya felt goosebumps rise along her arms. Did he see her face clearly? Walter nodded slowly. He said her smile looked wrong. Too wide. Like it hurt her to hold it. The fluorescent lights flickered again, briefly dimming the store into shadow before buzzing back to life. Earl drove for 20 minutes without hearing a single sound from her. Then he looked down for 1 second to adjust the radio. Walter's voice became thinner. And when he looked back at the mirror, he stopped. Tyler swallowed. What? Walter stared directly at him. She was sitting closer. Nobody spoke. The old man's breathing sounded shallow now. Earl told me she kept moving closer every time he blinked. Never speaking. Never changing expression. Just smiling. Maya glanced toward the dark windows instinctively. Beyond the glass, endless forest stretched into blackness beneath the rain. Walter continued. He finally pulled over near town and turned around to confront her. The old man's eyes glistened faintly beneath the harsh store lights. The back seat was empty. Tyler forced another nervous laugh, but it sounded weak now. Okay. That's creepy. Walter ignored him. 3 days later, he whispered, my brother disappeared. Silence pressed heavily against the room. Even the buzzing fluorescent lights seemed quieter now. Police found his bedroom locked from the inside, Walter continued. No broken windows. No signs of forced entry. No blood. No footprints. Nothing. His eyes slowly shifted toward the dark hallway leading behind the counter. Except scratches. Ethan frowned slightly. Scratches? Walter nodded once. Inside the bedroom door. The rain outside suddenly intensified, hammering violently against the station roof. Deep scratches, Walter whispered. Like somebody trapped inside had tried to claw their way out. Maya felt cold spread down her spine. Tyler no longer looked amused. Ethan stared silently at the old man, searching his face for signs of exaggeration or performance. There were none. Walter looked genuinely terrified even after all these years. Then the old man said something that made the entire room colder. The police never found Earl. His voice cracked softly. But every now and then, he glanced toward the black forest outside the station windows. People driving Black Pine Road claimed they see a man standing beside her. Nobody moved. Walter's eyes locked onto Ethan one final time. still smiling. Outside, somewhere far beyond the gas station beneath the endless pine trees, something pale moved silently through the fog. Watching the lights. Waiting beside the road for the next car to stop. By 11:46 p.m., they reached Black Pine Road, and the moment the van crossed the rusted roadside sign marking the entrance to the forest highway, every person inside felt it. The atmosphere changed instantly. Not gradually. Not subtly. It was as if they had crossed an invisible boundary separating the normal world from something older and deeply wrong. The air itself seemed heavier. The temperature dropped so sharply that Maya saw her breath fog against the camera lens. Rain continued falling softly outside, but even the sound of it felt distant now, muffled beneath the oppressive silence surrounding the road. Black Pine Road stretched ahead of them like a dark wound carved directly through the forest. Endless pine trees towered on both sides, their trunks rising like black pillars disappearing into darkness above. The branches intertwined so densely overhead that the sky had vanished completely. No moonlight touched the road. Only the van's headlights pushed weak tunnels through the fog drifting low across the asphalt. The forest did not look dead. It looked awake. Watching. Waiting. Maya filmed through the windshield from the back seat while Tyler monitored audio levels beside her. The red recording light reflected faintly across the windows as trees slid endlessly past outside. No other cars for 20 minutes, Maya muttered quietly, scanning the road ahead through the camera lens. Ethan kept both hands tight on the steering wheel now. His earlier confidence had faded into nervous concentration. "That's because normal people don't come out here," Tyler replied, though even his sarcasm sounded forced. Something about the road was affecting all of them. The silence felt unnatural. There should have been something, wind, insects, distant wildlife, but there was nothing except the hum of tires against wet asphalt and the occasional creak of pine branches somewhere high above in the darkness. Tyler adjusted his headphones suddenly. "Hold on." Maya looked over. "What?" Tyler frowned at the audio monitor. Weird interference again. Ethan glanced at him briefly. "Radio?" "No." "The field recorder." Tyler increased the volume slightly. Static crackled softly through the headphones. Beneath it came something else. A sound so faint it almost disappeared beneath the distortion. Soft laughter. Everyone froze. It was distant. Hollow. A woman laughing somewhere beyond the trees. Not loud enough to sound human. Not quiet enough to ignore. Ethan forced a weak grin. Probably coyotes. Noah immediately shook his head. "No." His voice came low and firm. "That's not an animal." Silence swallowed the van again. Maya slowly turned toward Noah. His face looked pale beneath the dim dashboard lights. He was staring out the passenger side window into the forest with an expression she had never seen before. Not curiosity. Recognition. Fear settled coldly into Maya's stomach. Outside, the fog thickened. It no longer drifted naturally between the trees. It moved with strange purpose, flowing low across the road in slow twisting shapes like pale fingers reaching through the darkness. Ethan tightened his grip on the wheel. "Okay," he muttered quietly, "this place officially sucks." Then the headlights caught something ahead. Ethan instinctively slammed his foot against the brake pedal. The van skidded slightly on wet asphalt before stopping hard in the middle of the road. Tyler cursed loudly. Maya nearly dropped the camera. And Noah stopped breathing entirely. Standing at the edge of Black Pine Road beneath the pale headlights was a woman. Motionless. Silent. Her pale dress hung soaked against her thin body as rainwater dripped slowly from strands of long dark hair covering part of her face. Bare feet rested in mud beside the asphalt. Her head tilted slightly downward as if studying the road beneath her. And she was smiling. Not smiling normally. Not like a frightened hitchhiker relieved to see help. The expression stretched unnaturally wide across her face, too still to be human. Too perfect. It looked less like emotion and more like someone trying to imitate the idea of happiness after forgetting how real people moved. Tyler immediately recoiled in his seat. Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. Maya's hands trembled slightly as she zoomed the camera toward the figure. Through the lens, the woman looked even worse. Her skin appeared almost gray beneath the headlights. Rainwater rolled slowly down her cheeks without affecting the smile frozen across her face. She wasn't blinking. She wasn't moving at all. The only thing shifting around her was the fog twisting silently between the trees behind her. Ethan whispered under his breath. Holy. The woman slowly raised her face toward them. Her eyes reflected white beneath the headlights like an animal caught in darkness. Empty. Lifeless. But aware. Very aware. Maya felt her stomach tighten violently when the woman's gaze locked directly onto the camera lens. It felt intentional. Like she knew she was being filmed. Then, very slowly, the woman lifted one pale hand. Not waving. Inviting. Beckoning them closer. Tyler nearly shouted. Drive. Drive. Ethan didn't move immediately. Nobody did. Because something about her presence felt hypnotic. Wrong in a way their minds struggled to process. The woman looked human at first glance, but every instinct deep inside them screamed otherwise. She stood too still. Smiled too perfectly. Even the rain seemed strange around her, almost avoiding her body as it fell. Then Noah spoke softly. She's looking at me. Everyone turned toward him. Noah's face had gone completely white. His eyes remained locked on the woman outside. And for one horrifying second, the woman's smile vanished. It happened so quickly Maya almost thought she imagined it. The wide grin slowly softened into something else entirely. Recognition. Sadness. The woman stared directly at Noah as though she knew him. As though she had been waiting for him specifically. Her lips parted slightly. And though no sound crossed the rain-covered road, Noah felt something inside his head. A whisper. A memory he couldn't fully grasp. Then the smile returned. Wider than before. Much wider. Too wide for any human face. Ethan finally snapped out of whatever frozen trance held them. Nope. He slammed the van into gear and accelerated hard down the road. Tires hissed across wet asphalt as the headlights swept away from the woman and back into endless darkness ahead. Tyler exhaled shakily. What the hell was that? Maya kept filming through the rear window. The woman remained standing exactly where they left her, motionless beneath the rain, smiling as the van disappeared deeper into the forest. But just before fog swallowed her completely, Maya noticed something that made her blood run cold. The woman wasn't alone anymore. For the briefest second, another figure stood beside her between the trees. Tall, human-shaped, smiling too. Then both vanished into the fog. Inside the van, nobody spoke for nearly a full minute. Only the sound of breathing filled the silence. Ethan kept staring at the road ahead with wide, unsettled eyes. Tyler nervously adjusted audio equipment with trembling hands. Maya replayed the footage repeatedly, trying to convince herself the woman had looked normal. But every time she paused on the woman's face, the smile somehow appeared wider. More unnatural. More wrong. Only Noah remained completely still. Silent. Watching the passenger side mirror long after the woman disappeared from sight. Because deep down, somewhere buried beneath forgotten memories and childhood nightmares, Noah felt a terrifying certainty growing stronger with every passing second. The smiling woman had recognized him. And somewhere far behind them in the darkness of Black Pine Road, she was still smiling as she watched the van disappear into the forest. By 12:31 a.m., Black Pine Road no longer felt like a real place. The deeper the group drove into the forest, the more the world outside the van seemed to distort into something dreamlike and unnatural. Fog rolled endlessly between the trees in slow twisting waves, thick enough at times to completely swallow the headlights before drifting apart again. Their GPS screens remained dead. Phones showed no signal. Even the digital clock on Tyler's sound recorder kept glitching backward by a few seconds before correcting itself. Nobody joked anymore. The encounter with the smiling woman had drained the energy from the group completely. Ethan kept glancing nervously into mirrors. Tyler jumped at every sound from the forest. Maya replayed the footage repeatedly in silence, each viewing making the woman's frozen smile appear somehow more disturbing than before. And Noah. Noah had barely spoken at all. His eyes remained distant, distracted, as though part of his mind was somewhere else entirely. Around midnight, they reached the abandoned ranger station mentioned in old county maps. The building sat several yards off the road, surrounded by towering pine trees and rusted fencing nearly swallowed by vines. It looked ancient. Rotting wooden walls sagged inward beneath years of rain and decay, while broken windows stared into the forest like empty eye sockets. A faded sign reading Black Pine Ranger Outpost hung crookedly above the entrance. Swaying softly despite there being no wind, Ethan parked the van beside the crumbling structure. "We'll grab some exterior shots and head back before sunrise," he said, though his voice lacked confidence now. Maya stepped out first, carrying camera equipment, while Tyler unloaded portable lights and a small generator from the rear of the van. Rain continued falling softly through the trees, creating a constant whispering sound against leaves and rusted metal. Noah remained seated inside the vehicle. "You coming?" Maya asked from outside. Noah shook his head without looking at her. "In a minute." She studied him for a second. His face looked pale beneath the dashboard glow. Tired. Uneasy. But she said nothing and closed the door behind her. Soon Noah sat alone inside the van while the others worked outside beneath drifting fog and flashlight beams. Rain tapped softly against the windows. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the ranger station, old metal chains creaked slowly. The forest surrounding the clearing felt impossibly quiet. Not peaceful. Empty. Like the woods themselves were holding their breath. Noah rubbed his eyes and leaned back against the seat. His chest felt tight ever since seeing the woman on the road. Something about her face had stirred fragments of memory buried deep inside him. Not clear memories. Pieces. Wet trees. Darkness. A woman crying somewhere nearby. He closed his eyes for a moment. Then came the sound. Knock. 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 3 slow taps against the passenger side window. Noah's eyes snapped open instantly. For one frozen second, he couldn't breathe. The knocks came again. Softer this time. He turned his head slowly toward the window. And saw her. The smiling woman stood inches from the glass. Noah jerked backward violently in his seat, heart slamming against his ribs. She was much closer now than before. Too close. Rainwater streamed slowly down her pale face and soaked strands of dark hair hanging over her shoulders. Mud covered her bare feet standing silently beside the van. And that smile. God, that smile looked even worse up close. It stretched unnaturally wide across her face, pulling the corners of her mouth far beyond what should have been possible. But it wasn't the smile that terrified Noah most. It was her eyes. They looked unbearably sad. Not angry. Not hateful. Heartbroken. Like someone trapped in endless grief. The woman stared directly at him through the rain-covered glass without blinking once. Noah's pulse thundered in his ears. Outside, the forest had gone completely silent. Even the rain sounded distant now. What? Noah's throat tightened painfully. What do you want? The woman didn't answer. Slowly, with stiff unnatural movement, she lifted one pale hand and pointed toward the back seat of the van. Noah's stomach dropped. He turned immediately. Nothing was there. Just camera bags and tangled cables resting in darkness. His breath came faster now. Slowly, he turned back toward the window. The woman remained standing there smiling. But now her lips moved silently. Noah stared carefully through the rain streaking across the glass. One word. Please. Something twisted painfully inside his chest. Fear still screamed at him to stay away from her, but beneath the terror came another feeling. Pity. The woman looked broken. Lost. Like she had been wandering this road for a very long time searching for something she could never find. Noah's hand trembled as he reached toward the door lock. Somewhere deep inside his mind, a voice whispered that this was a terrible mistake. But another voice, older, quieter, told him she wasn't there to hurt him. Click. The door unlocked. The smiling woman slowly reached for the handle. Noah instinctively recoiled as the passenger door creaked open. Freezing air poured instantly into the van, carrying the smell of wet earth, pine needles, and stagnant water. But the woman made no sudden movement. No attack. No violence. She simply climbed silently into the back seat behind him. Her movements looked stiff and unnatural, as though her joints bent incorrectly beneath the soaked white dress hanging from her thin frame. Noah stared ahead, frozen in terror, while the passenger door slowly closed by itself. Silence returned instantly. The temperature inside the van dropped so sharply that Noah's breath became visible in pale clouds before his face. Frost slowly spread across the inside edges of the windows. The electronics on the dashboard flickered violently for several seconds. Behind him came soft dripping sounds. Water falling steadily onto the floorboards. Noah couldn't move. Every instinct screamed at him not to turn around. But he could feel her there. Sitting directly behind him. Smiling. Watching. Then came the smell. Damp soil mixed with something metallic beneath it. Blood. Old blood. Noah slowly lifted his eyes toward the rearview mirror. The smiling woman sat motionless in the back seat. Water dripped from strands of hair hanging over her pale face. Her smile remained impossibly wide. But her eyes looked filled with unbearable sorrow. Then she leaned forward slightly, close enough for Noah to hear her breathing. Wet. Ragged. Wrong. Her lips slowly parted. And in a voice barely above a whisper, she asked, "Where is my son?" The lights outside the ranger station flickered violently. Tyler shouted something in the distance. The van trembled softly as though something enormous moved beneath it. Noah spun around in panic. The back seat was empty. The woman had vanished completely. Only wet footprints remained across the floorboards leading nowhere. Noah gasped for air while his entire body shook uncontrollably. Then his eyes fell toward the passenger side door. Deep scratches had appeared along the inside panel. Fresh. Long jagged claw marks carved directly into the metal from the inside outward. Like something trapped inside the van had desperately tried to escape. Outside, Maya's voice called from near the ranger station. "Noah." He didn't answer immediately. Because somewhere beyond the fog-covered trees, hidden within the darkness of black pine forest, he could hear something moving slowly between the pines. Bare feet stepping softly through wet leaves. And far in the distance, a woman crying. By the time the clock crawled past 3 a.m., the abandoned ranger station no longer felt abandoned. It felt occupied. Not by animals or strangers hiding in the woods, but by something ancient and unseen moving quietly through the darkness surrounding the building. The storm outside had worsened. Rain hammered against the rotting roof while powerful gusts of wind groaned through the pine forest like distant human cries. Every few minutes the old structure creaked loudly, the wooden walls shifting as though something heavy brushed slowly against them from outside. The group had moved most of their equipment indoors after the temperature dropped dangerously low. Their breath fogged constantly inside the station despite the portable heaters Tyler set up near the center of the room. Nothing warmed the building for long. Cold always returned. A deep unnatural cold that seemed to seep directly from the walls themselves. Maya sat near a dusty table reviewing footage with shaking hands while Ethan paced nervously nearby pretending he wasn't frightened. But Noah had become increasingly distant over the last hour. He barely responded when spoken to. Several times Maya caught him staring toward the dark hallway leading deeper into the ranger station as if listening carefully to something no one else could hear. Once she even saw him whispering under his breath. "Noah?" she asked quietly. He blinked suddenly, almost startled to see her. "What? You okay?" Noah hesitated too long before answering. "Yeah." But his eyes looked wrong. Distracted. Haunted. As if his mind were slipping somewhere far away. Tyler eventually joked that everyone needed at least a few hours of sleep before driving back through the forest. Nobody argued. They spread sleeping bags across the ranger station floor beneath flickering lantern light while rain battered the building outside. Tyler fell asleep first near the old fireplace with headphones still hanging around his neck. Ethan remained awake longer than the others pretending to organize camera batteries, though Maya noticed him repeatedly checking the windows. Every now and then he would pause, staring into the darkness beyond the rain-covered glass like he expected to see someone standing there watching. Eventually exhaustion dragged him down too. Silence settled heavily over the ranger station. The storm outside softened slightly. Rain became steadier, slower. Water dripped rhythmically somewhere deep inside the building. And for a while, everything seemed calm. Then 3:17 a.m. arrived. Maya woke suddenly without knowing why. Her eyes snapped open into darkness lit only by weak lantern glow and flashes of distant lightning outside the broken windows. The ranger station felt freezing now, painfully cold. She could see her breath drifting pale through the air. Something was wrong. She sat up slowly inside her sleeping bag. Ethan still slept near the wall beside old camera equipment. Noah sat awake in the corner staring toward the hallway again. But Tyler was gone. Maya frowned sleepily at first, assuming he had gone outside or into another room. Tyler? No answer. She stood slowly, heart beginning to beat faster. Tyler? Ethan stirred awake nearby. What? Tyler's gone. Ethan immediately sat upright. The room suddenly felt much quieter than before. Too quiet. Noah slowly lifted his head from the corner. His face looked pale and exhausted. How long? Maya shook her head nervously. I don't know. Ethan stood and checked nearby rooms quickly. Bathroom. Storage closet. Hallway. Empty. Tyler had vanished completely. Yet his sleeping bag remained perfectly undisturbed. Still zipped shut exactly where he left it. Ethan frowned deeply. That doesn't make sense. Maya pointed toward Tyler's audio recorder lying beside the sleeping bag. A small red light still blinked steadily. Recording. Ethan picked it up slowly. Please tell me this idiot went outside for content. Nobody laughed. Ethan pressed playback. Static crackled softly through the tiny speaker. At first the recording captured only rain against the roof and distant thunder. Then came a sound at exactly 3:16 a.m. Footsteps. Slow footsteps crossing the wooden floor inside the ranger station. Maya's stomach tightened instantly. The footsteps sounded wet. Bare feet against old wood. Ethan's face darkened. That's not Tyler. The footsteps stopped directly beside the recorder. Silence followed for several long seconds. Then came laughter. Soft. Hollow. A woman laughing quietly somewhere inside the room. Maya covered her mouth instinctively. Tyler's breathing suddenly appeared on the recording, sharp and panicked. Then his voice whispered shakily, "Who are you?" Silence answered him. Long horrible silence filled only by soft static and the distant storm outside. Then came scratching. Slow deliberate scratching against wood. Like fingernails dragging across walls. Tyler's breathing grew faster. Wet breathing joined it moments later. Another sound breathing beside him. Close. Too close. Maya felt cold sweat spread across her neck. Then Tyler whispered something else. So quietly they almost missed it. Oh my God. A pause. Dot your face. The recording exploded into chaos. Tyler screamed violently. Furniture crashed somewhere nearby. Something shrieked, a horrible inhuman sound twisting through static. Then silence. Complete silence. The recording ended. Nobody moved for several seconds. Rain hissed softly outside. Ethan slowly lowered the recorder with pale, trembling hands. Maya backed away, shaking her head. No. No, no, no. We're leaving. Her voice cracked. Right now. Ethan nodded immediately. Grab everything. But Noah didn't move. He remained sitting silently in the corner, staring toward nothing. Maya turned toward him sharply. Noah. He blinked slowly. She's here. The room went still. Ethan frowned. What? Noah's eyes drifted toward the far side of the ranger station. She's looking for something. Maya felt panic rising now. Enough. We're going. Ethan turned toward an old mirror hanging crookedly beside the fireplace while gathering equipment. Then he froze. Completely. The color drained from his face. Guys. Maya looked at him. What? Ethan couldn't speak immediately. He slowly pointed toward the mirror. Maya turned. Her breath caught instantly in her throat. Reflected behind them in the mirror stood the smiling woman. Motionless. Pale. Her soaked white dress hung limp against her body while strands of wet black hair framed the impossible grin stretched across her face. She stood only a few feet behind Noah, watching him silently. Maya spun around violently. Nothing stood there. The room behind them was completely empty. Ethan stumbled backward. What the hell? Maya looked back toward the mirror. The smiling woman remained there. Unmoving. Smiling wider now. Her white reflective eyes fixed entirely on Noah. Noah slowly stood. His face looked distant again, almost trance-like. She knows me. The lantern lights flickered violently. The temperature dropped even lower. Frost spread suddenly across the edges of the windows. And from somewhere deep inside the ranger station came the sound of soft, wet footsteps slowly approaching through the darkness. Step. Drag. Step. Drag. Maya grabbed Ethan's arm desperately. We need to go now. But Ethan couldn't stop staring into the mirror. Because the smiling woman had begun moving. Slowly. Inch by inch. Emerging closer inside the reflection even though the real room behind them remained empty. And as lightning flashed outside the ranger station windows, they realized something even worse. The woman was no longer alone in the mirror. Standing beside her in the darkness was another figure. Tall. Human-shaped. Smiling too. Tyler. They left the ranger station before sunrise, but Black Pine Road did not let them go easily. The drive back toward Ash Grove felt endless. Fog swallowed the road in thick shifting waves while rain lashed against the windshield hard enough to blur the world outside into pale streaks of movement. Nobody spoke much. Tyler was gone. Vanished without explanation from a locked building in the middle of the forest. And somewhere in the back of all their minds lingered the horrifying image from the mirror, Tyler standing beside the smiling woman, pale and motionless, grinning with dead, empty eyes. Ethan drove in silence with both hands locked tightly around the steering wheel. Maya kept checking the back seat every few seconds even though she knew it was empty. Noah sat nearest the window staring into the passing forest with an expression that frightened her more than anything else that night. He looked like someone remembering something terrible. By the time they reached Ash Grove, dawn had barely begun to touch the sky. Weak gray light filtered through storm clouds hanging low above the dying lumber town. Ash Grove looked abandoned at that hour. Empty streets. Rusted storefronts. Old buildings rotting slowly beneath decades of rain and neglect. Even the few people they passed seemed exhausted and hollow-eyed, avoiding eye contact the moment they noticed the cameras. It felt like a town carrying secrets too heavy to speak aloud. Ethan parked outside the Ash Grove Historical Records building just after 7 a.m. The place resembled an old church more than a library, its stone walls darkened by moss and rainwater. Inside, the air smelled of mold, dust, and aging paper. Rows of dim yellow lights flickered weakly overhead while shelves groaned beneath decades of forgotten records. Maya wrapped her jacket tighter around herself as they entered. If Tyler's disappearance is connected to her, she whispered, we need answers fast. Noah said nothing. He walked directly toward the archives section like he already knew where to look. For hours they searched through faded newspapers, police reports, and missing person records tied to Black Pine Road. Most cases ended the same way. Disappearances. Unsolved deaths. Witnesses describing pale figures standing beside the road. Reports of strange behavior from survivors. One newspaper clipping from 1997 described Walter Briggs' brother vanishing from his locked bedroom. Another article detailed a truck driver found wandering barefoot through the forest muttering about the smiling lady in the mirror. But one name appeared more than any other. Evelyn Harrow. Noah froze the moment he saw her photograph. The picture showed a young woman standing beside a small cabin deep in the Oregon woods. Dark hair. Pale eyes. Thin face. And though she wasn't smiling in the photograph, Maya immediately recognized her. "Oh my God," she whispered. Ethan slowly read aloud from the article beneath the image. Local woman Evelyn Harrow disappears alongside 6-year-old son after violent disturbance reported near Black Pine Road. His voice trailed off as he continued reading silently. The article was dated 32 years earlier. October 1989. The same year the sightings began. Noah sat down heavily in the chair beside the archive table. His hands trembled slightly as he stared at the old photograph. Maya noticed his breathing becoming shallow. "Noah." He didn't answer. Ethan continued reading through the police files. Neighbors reported hearing screaming from the Harrow cabin shortly after midnight. Deputies arrived approximately 45 minutes later. Ethan's expression darkened. "Jesus." Maya stepped beside him. Crime scene photographs lay clipped inside the report. The cabin looked destroyed. Blood stained nearly every wall. Furniture had been overturned violently. Deep gouges marked the wooden floorboards as though heavy objects had been dragged through the house. One image showed a child's bedroom covered in broken glass and bloodstains. Maya immediately looked away. "No bodies were recovered," Ethan said quietly. "No signs of forced entry either." Noah's eyes remained fixed on Evelyn's photograph. "What about the kid?" Ethan flipped another page. Daniel Harrow. 6 years old. Missing. Maya frowned. They never found either of them. Ethan slowly shook his head. Nothing. Silence settled over the archive room. Outside, rain tapped softly against the windows while thunder rumbled faintly somewhere over the forest. Then Maya noticed something strange in the evidence photos. "Wait." She pointed toward the images scattered across the table. Look at the mirrors. Ethan leaned closer. Every mirror inside the cabin had been shattered. Not cracked. Completely destroyed. Jagged shards covered floors and furniture in nearly every room. Bathroom mirror. Bedroom mirror. Hallway mirror. All smashed violently outward. Noah whispered softly, almost to himself, she was trying to stop them. Ethan looked at him sharply. Stop who? Noah didn't answer immediately. His face looked pale and sick now, sweat gathering along his forehead despite the cold room. Maya gently touched his arm. Noah. What's wrong? Slowly, Noah reached for another file near the bottom of the archive box. Newspaper clippings slid free onto the table. Headlines jumped across faded yellow pages. Local woman claims child trafficking ring in Ashgrove. Sheriff denies accusations. Missing child cases linked to Black Pine Road. Ethan stared in disbelief. What the hell? Maya quickly scanned the articles. Evelyn Harrow had spent months accusing several powerful men in Ashgrove of abducting children from nearby towns. According to witnesses, she claimed kids were being taken into the forest surrounding Black Pine Road and never returning. But nobody believed her. Town officials dismissed her as unstable after her husband died in a logging accident earlier that year. Police reports described her as paranoid, delusional, dangerous. Then she vanished. Noah slowly closed his eyes. Fragments of memory flickered violently through his mind now. Wet trees. A screaming woman. Flashlights cutting through darkness. Men shouting somewhere outside a cabin. And mirrors breaking. So many mirrors breaking. Maya stared at the old photograph again. You think someone murdered her? Noah finally looked up. His expression terrified her. She's looking for her son. Ethan frowned deeply. Then why take Tyler? Noah didn't respond. Because somewhere deep inside himself, beneath decades of forgotten childhood trauma and buried memories, he already knew the answer. The smiling woman wasn't hunting randomly. She wasn't wandering Black Pine Road searching for innocent strangers. She was searching for someone connected to what happened that night in 1989. Someone tied to the massacre at the cabin. Someone who knew the truth. And somehow, unbelievably, that person was among them. Suddenly the overhead lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then all the lights inside the archive room went out completely. Darkness swallowed the building. Maya gasped softly. Ethan. The emergency lights kicked in seconds later, flooding the archive room with dim red illumination. The entire space looked wrong beneath the crimson glow. Shadows stretched unnaturally long across shelves and walls. Noah slowly turned toward the window beside him. Outside in the rain-covered street stood a woman in a pale soaked dress. Smiling. Watching him through the glass. Maya saw her too and stumbled backward. No. Ethan rushed toward the window instantly. The street outside was empty. Nobody stood there. But Noah remained frozen in place. Because reflected faintly in the darkened window behind Ethan, the smiling woman still remained. Closer now. Her white eyes fixed directly on him. And for the first time since they entered Ashgrove, Noah heard her voice clearly inside his head. Daniel. His blood turned cold. Nobody had called him that name in over 30 years. After leaving the archives, nothing felt real anymore. Ash Grove itself seemed infected by the same unnatural presence lurking within Black Pine Road. The deeper the truth about Evelyn Harrow surfaced, the more the world around them began to unravel in ways none of them could explain. It started subtly after sunrise. Small things. Tiny details easy to dismiss if they had not already been terrified. Maya noticed it first inside the motel bathroom where they rented 2 rooms near the edge of town. She stood at the sink splashing cold water onto her face while trying desperately to calm herself after everything they had discovered in the archives. Her nerves felt shredded. Every shadow looked wrong. Every creak of the old building made her pulse spike violently. She leaned forward gripping the sink and stared at her reflection in the mirror. Pale face. Dark tired eyes. Wet strands of hair clinging to her skin. She blinked once. But her reflection didn't. Maya froze instantly. The version of herself inside the mirror continued staring forward for nearly 2 full seconds before finally blinking slowly afterward. Her stomach dropped. She stepped backward so quickly she nearly slipped against the tile floor. No. She stared harder. The reflection copied her movements normally now. Perfectly. Maya forced herself to breathe. Stress, she thought. Exhaustion. Trauma. But as she slowly reached for the bathroom light switch, the reflection smiled very slightly before she did. Maya immediately fled the bathroom shaking. Ethan experienced something worse less than an hour later. He stood shaving in front of the motel mirror while rehearsing possible explanations for Tyler's disappearance. Part of him still clung desperately to logic. Hallucinations caused by exhaustion. Shared paranoia. Mass suggestion. There had to be an explanation. Then he saw movement behind him in the mirror. Someone standing near the motel doorway. Ethan turned instantly. The room behind him was empty. He frowned and faced the mirror again. The figure remained there in the reflection. Tall. Motionless. Pale. Standing directly behind him. Ethan spun around again. Nothing. But this time when he looked back toward the mirror, the figure had moved closer. Ethan stumbled backward violently, knocking toiletries into the sink. The reflection now showed the smiling woman standing only inches behind him. Water dripped slowly from her white dress onto the motel carpet. Her impossible grin stretched wide across her pale face. Ethan whirled around in panic. Empty room. Silence. Then slowly, terrified beyond reason, he looked back toward the mirror. The smiling woman was gone. But written faintly in fog across the glass were 4 words. "Where is my son?" Ethan didn't tell the others immediately. He told himself he was losing control. That fear was affecting his mind. But deep down he knew something far worse was happening. By afternoon, Noah began deteriorating rapidly. He sat silently near the motel window for hours staring toward the distant forest surrounding Ash Grove. Sometimes his lips moved faintly like he was responding to someone only he could hear. Maya became increasingly alarmed watching him. Around sunset, Noah suddenly doubled over in pain while gripping his chest. Ethan rushed toward him. "What's wrong?" Noah shakily pulled his shirt upward. Maya gasped immediately. Deep red scratches stretched across Noah's chest and ribs. Fresh. Angry. for long claw marks crossing his skin as though someone had dragged fingernails violently across him moments earlier. Blood slowly welled along the cuts. Ethan stared in disbelief. How the hell did that happen? Noah looked horrified. I don't know. But his voice sounded uncertain. Like part of him already did. That night they locked themselves inside Ethan and Noah's motel room to review all footage captured since arriving in Ashgrove. Rain hammered endlessly against the windows while the motel's flickering neon sign cast pale red light through the curtains. Nobody wanted to admit it aloud, but they were afraid to sleep. Tyler was gone. The smiling woman appeared in mirrors. And Noah was somehow connected to her. The atmosphere inside the room felt suffocating. Ethan sat hunched over editing equipment while Maya carefully reviewed every recording frame by frame, searching for clues. Noah remained silent in a corner, staring toward the dark television screen reflecting faint images of the room behind them. Hours passed. Then Maya froze suddenly. Wait. Ethan looked up. What? Maya slowly rewound footage captured near the gas station outside Ashgrove. Pause. Ethan leaned closer. At first nothing looked unusual. Walter Briggs speaking beneath flickering fluorescent lights. Rain against the windows. Empty aisles behind him. Then Maya zoomed carefully toward the glass entrance door reflected behind Ethan. A pale figure stood outside in the darkness. Smiling. Ethan's face drained of color. That wasn't there before. Maya quickly opened another clip. Footage filmed hours earlier at a roadside diner before they even entered Ashgrove. Ethan interviewing Noah casually while customers moved in the background. Then Maya paused again. Reflected faintly in a spoon resting beside Noah's coffee cup stood the smiling woman. Ethan whispered, "No." Maya opened another recording. Drone footage above the Oregon highway captured before sunset. Trees. Fog. Empty roads. Then one frame revealed a pale figure standing motionless among the forest below. Smiling upward directly at the drone camera. Every single recording contained her. Hidden in reflections. Standing behind trees. Watching from windows. Sometimes barely visible. Sometimes horrifyingly obvious once noticed. But always there. Watching them long before they ever reached Black Pine Road. The realization poisoned the room with terror. It wasn't following them anymore. It always had been. Ethan's breathing became shallow. That's impossible. Maya's hands trembled as she scrolled through clip after clip. She was already watching us before we got here. Noah remained completely still in the corner. Pale. Silent. Listening. Then Maya opened the oldest footage on the hard drive. A behind-the-scenes test recording filmed nearly 3 months earlier in Seattle during equipment setup for another investigation entirely unrelated to Oregon. Ethan laughed on screen while Noah adjusted microphones in the background. Maya almost skipped it. Then something caught her eye in the reflection of a dark television screen behind Noah. Her blood turned to ice. Pause. Ethan stared. The smiling woman stood behind Noah. But this time she wasn't alone. Maya slowly zoomed closer toward the reflection. A little boy stood beside the smiling woman holding her hand. 6 years old. Pale-faced. Dark-haired. Wearing old-fashioned pajamas stained with mud. The child stared directly into the reflection with empty, frightened eyes. Noah slowly stood from the corner. His face looked numb now. Broken. That's him. Ethan looked at him. Who? Noah's voice cracked softly. Me. Silence swallowed the motel room completely. Rain hissed against the windows outside. Maya stared at the reflection again. The smiling woman held the little boy's hand tightly while standing behind Noah in the footage filmed months before this investigation even began. As though she had been following him his entire life. Watching him grow up. Waiting for him to remember. Suddenly the television screen flickered violently. Static exploded across the display. The motel lights dimmed. And reflected faintly in the black television screen behind them stood the smiling woman once more. Closer than ever before. Smiling directly at Noah. Then the television emitted a sharp burst of distorted audio. A woman's voice whispered through the static. Daniel. Noah staggered backward in horror. Because somewhere deep inside himself, buried beneath decades of lies and forgotten trauma, memories were beginning to return. And he was finally starting to remember what really happened inside that cabin 32 years ago. By 2:48 a.m., the motel no longer felt safe. Every mirror had been covered with towels and bed sheets after the television incident, yet the group still felt watched from every dark surface in the room. Rain battered the windows relentlessly while thunder rolled over Ash Grove in deep violent waves that shook the old building. The flickering neon sign outside painted the walls in pulses of sick red light, making shadows seem to move even when nobody did. None of them had slept. Ethan sat at the edge of the bed gripping a flashlight like a weapon while Maya nervously checked the locked motel door every few minutes. But Noah remained near the window staring toward the distant black outline of the forest beyond town. He looked like a man standing at the edge of a cliff preparing to jump. Pale. Hollow. Broken by something finally clawing its way back into his memory after decades buried in darkness. The room smelled faintly of damp carpet and stale cigarette smoke, but beneath it lingered another scent now. Wet earth. The same smell that always appeared before the smiling woman. Maya noticed Noah trembling slightly. Noah. He didn't respond immediately. Outside, lightning briefly illuminated the forest surrounding Ash Grove. Endless pine trees swaying beneath the storm like black skeletal figures. Noah finally whispered, "I remember now." Ethan looked up sharply. "Remember what?" Noah slowly turned toward them. Tears glistened faintly in his eyes. "My name." Silence settled over the motel room. Rain hissed against the windows while distant thunder growled somewhere above Black Pine Road. Noah swallowed hard. "My real name isn't Noah Whitmore." His voice shook violently now. "It's Daniel Harrow." Maya felt cold spread through her entire body. Ethan stared at him in disbelief. "You're kidding." Noah slowly shook his head. "I was adopted." Nobody spoke. The truth settled heavily over the room like a living thing. Daniel Harrow. The missing child from Black Pine Road. The little boy standing beside the smiling woman in every reflection. Noah, Daniel, sat heavily in the chair beside the window. His breathing sounded shallow now. Fragile. "After we saw her on the road." He rubbed trembling hands over his face. Things started coming back. Fragments. Pieces of memory buried for over 30 years suddenly breaking through like rotten corpses surfacing from dark water. Noah closed his eyes tightly. "I remember the forest." His voice became distant, almost trance-like. Rain. Flashlights moving between the trees. Maya listened silently while goosebumps crawled across her arms. I remember my mother screaming. Noah's hands clenched tightly together. Men were inside the cabin, yelling. His breathing quickened. I was hiding under my bed. Ethan slowly lowered the flashlight. Noah continued speaking like someone trapped inside a nightmare he could no longer escape. I remember mirrors breaking. The motel lights flickered softly overhead. Every mirror in the house. Noah whispered. That she smashed them herself. Maya frowned slightly. Why? Noah looked up slowly. Fear filled his eyes completely now. Because she said they were watching us through them. Silence. Thunder shook the motel walls violently. Noah stared toward the dark bathroom where a towel hung over the mirror. She kept screaming that they were coming through the glass. Ethan tried forcing logic into the conversation. Noah. You were 6 years old. Trauma can distort memories. Noah suddenly looked directly at him. I remember their faces. Ethan froze. Noah's voice dropped lower. One of them was Sheriff Raymond Whitmore. The room went completely still. Maya's heart pounded painfully inside her chest. Raymond Whitmore. Noah's adoptive father. Ashgrove's former sheriff. The same man who handled the original investigation into Evelyn Harrow's disappearance. Noah continued speaking quietly, almost mechanically now. He found me hiding under the bed after. His voice cracked violently. That after they took her. Maya covered her mouth. Ethan slowly shook his head. Jesus Christ. Noah's eyes filled with tears. He told me my mother abandoned me. Rain hammered harder against the windows now as though the storm itself reacted to the confession. He said she was sick. Dangerous. He told me she disappeared into the woods and never came back. Maya whispered softly, horrified, "Oh God." Noah stared toward the forest outside the motel. She didn't disappear. Lightning flashed beyond the windows, illuminating his pale face for one terrible second. They killed her. The moment the words left his mouth, every light inside the motel room died instantly. Darkness swallowed everything. Maya screamed softly in shock. Ethan stood so fast the chair beside him overturned violently against the floor. The storm outside vanished too. No thunder. No rain. No wind. Just silence. Complete and suffocating silence. Then came laughter. Soft. Wet. A woman laughing quietly somewhere inside the room. Close. Much too close. Maya's breathing became frantic in the darkness. Ethan. Nobody answered immediately. Because all of them heard something else now. Breathing. Wet, ragged breathing directly beside them. Not across the room. Not near the door. Beside them. Maya felt freezing air brush against the side of her face. Ethan fumbled desperately for the flashlight. The laughter stopped. Silence returned for one horrible second. Then the flashlight clicked on. The narrow beam shook violently through the darkness, revealing stained motel walls, overturned chairs, and Noah standing frozen beside the window. The room looked empty. But something was wrong. Maya slowly turned toward the bathroom. The towel covering the mirror had fallen onto the floor. Ethan raised the flashlight toward it, and all three of them stopped breathing. The smiling woman stood inside the mirror. Not reflected. Inside it. Her pale body remained partially hidden behind the dark glass like something trapped beneath deep water. Wet black hair clung to her face while her impossible grin stretched wider and wider. Water dripped slowly down the inside surface of the mirror itself. Maya staggered backward. No. The smiling woman slowly lifted one pale hand against the glass from inside the reflection. Long black fingernails scraped softly across the mirror surface. Ethan whispered in horror, "That's impossible." Then the glass began bulging outward. Slowly. Like soft skin being pushed from the other side. Cracks spread across the mirror edges. Maya started crying. "Ethan, do something." Noah couldn't move. He stared at the woman with tears streaming down his face. And for the first time since seeing her beside Black Pine Road, the smile faded slightly from her face. Beneath the horror, beneath the impossible twisted expression, Noah saw unbearable grief in her eyes. A mother's grief. The mirror cracked violently. One long pale arm slowly emerged through the broken glass, followed by strands of dripping black hair hanging unnaturally over her face. The smell of wet earth and rotting leaves flooded the motel room instantly. The smiling woman crawled slowly out of the mirror. Her movements looked horribly wrong, joints bending sharply as though her body no longer remembered how humans moved. Water pooled beneath her feet as she stood fully inside the room now. Smiling. Watching Noah. And then she whispered in a voice filled with sorrow so deep it sounded almost inhuman. "Daniel." Noah collapsed to his knees. Because deep down, beneath 32 years of lies and stolen identity, he finally recognized the truth standing before him in the darkness. The smiling woman of Black Pine Road was not hunting him. She was searching for him. And his mother had finally found him again. The smiling woman stood fully inside the motel room now, dripping black water across the carpet while broken shards of mirror glass glittered around her bare feet. The air turned painfully cold the moment she emerged from the reflection, cold enough that frost immediately spread across the motel windows in twisting white veins. Maya could barely breathe. Ethan stumbled backward, clutching the flashlight so tightly his knuckles turned pale. And Noah remained frozen on his knees, staring at the woman standing before him. His mother. Or what remained of her. Up close, she looked even more horrifying than before. Her body moved unnaturally, twitching in small jerking motions like broken bones pulled by invisible strings beneath soaked flesh. Water continuously poured from the sleeves of her dress despite the room being dry. Her skin looked pale gray beneath the flickering emergency lights, stretched too tightly over sharp features hollowed by decades of suffering. And that smile. That impossible smile split wider across her face as she stared at Noah with eyes filled not with rage, but grief so deep it seemed to rot the air around her. The expression looked trapped there, frozen permanently onto her face by something beyond death itself. Slowly, the smiling woman reached one trembling hand toward Noah. Long black fingernails extended from pale fingers stained with dirt and dried blood. Her voice emerged wet and broken, sounding as though it traveled upward through deep water. "My son." Noah's entire body shook violently. Tears streamed down his face. Somewhere deep inside himself, memories continued tearing free like corpses clawing out of buried graves. A cabin in the woods. Rain against windows. his mother screaming while mirrors shattered one by one. Ethan suddenly snapped out of his paralysis. Noah! He lunged forward, grabbing Noah violently by the arm. Run! Chaos erupted instantly. Every mirror inside the motel room exploded at once. Glass burst outward across walls and furniture while the lights overhead flickered violently between darkness and deep blood-red emergency glow. Maya screamed as invisible force slammed against the motel walls hard enough to shake framed pictures loose from their hooks. The windows rattled violently. Then came the handprints. Wet black handprints began appearing against the outside of the glass. One after another, smearing slowly across the frozen windows from the darkness beyond. Maya stumbled backward in horror. Oh my God! More handprints appeared. Hundreds of them. Large hands. Small hands. Adult. Child. All pressing slowly against the windows from outside the motel room as though something enormous surrounded the building in the darkness. Ethan dragged Noah toward the door. Move! But the motel itself no longer felt stable. The walls groaned unnaturally while distant laughter echoed through the ceiling above them. The entire building seemed alive now, breathing around them. Then came a voice from upstairs. Help me. Tyler. Maya froze instantly. Tyler. His voice echoed again from somewhere above the ceiling. Weak. Terrified. Please. She's here. Ethan stared upward in disbelief. That's impossible. Tyler vanished 2 nights ago. Yet his voice sounded real. Close. Human. Then came pounding footsteps running across the motel room directly above them despite the entire upper floor being abandoned for years. Maya looked toward the ceiling trembling. We can't leave him. Noah suddenly whispered, That's not Tyler. The smiling woman slowly tilted her head toward Ethan. Her wide grin twitched unnaturally. Then she pointed one pale finger directly at him. Ethan immediately stopped moving. His body jerked violently backward. Invisible fingers wrapped around his throat. Ethan collapsed against the wall gasping while clawing desperately at empty air. Maya screamed. Ethan. He rose slowly off the floor as unseen force crushed tighter around his neck. Veins bulged across his face while his flashlight clattered uselessly beneath him. Noah rushed forward helplessly. Let him go. Ethan's eyes bulged in terror. Then Noah noticed the mirror shards scattered across the floor. Reflected inside every broken piece, Ethan's reflection was smiling. Not struggling. Not choking. Smiling calmly while the real Ethan suffocated. Maya stared in horror. His reflection. Ethan's mirrored self slowly lifted one hand and waved. Then all the reflections began laughing softly inside the shattered glass. Wet. Hollow laughter filling the motel room from every direction at once. Noah screamed desperately, Stop. Everything froze instantly. The invisible pressure around Ethan's throat vanished. He collapsed violently onto the floor coughing and gasping for air. The laughter died. The smiling woman turned slowly toward Noah. Her white reflective eyes locked onto him completely. Silence swallowed the room again except for Ethan's ragged breathing. Then the smiling woman whispered softly, He lied to you. The moment the words reached Noah, something inside his mind shattered open. Memory slammed into him with brutal force. He staggered backward, clutching his head as images exploded behind his eyes. Rain. Forest. Flashlights moving through trees. Sheriff Raymond Whitmore standing outside the cabin covered in blood. Evelyn screaming while two men dragged her violently through the mud toward the woods. Mirrors breaking all around the house. Noah, Daniel, hidden trembling beneath the bed. Then the sheriff kneeling beside him afterward, smiling gently while blood dripped from his hands. "It's okay now, son." Noah gasped violently. More memories flooded back. A truck parked near the forest. His mother screaming somewhere far away in darkness. Sheriff Whitmore carrying him into the vehicle while another man held a shovel beside a deep hole in the woods. Noah collapsed to his knees, shaking uncontrollably. "No." The smiling woman stared at him silently while black water pooled around her feet. Noah remembered everything now. Sheriff Whitmore never rescued him from that massacre. He stole him. His adoptive father had murdered Evelyn Harrow alongside the other men protecting whatever terrible secret existed beneath Black Pine Road. Then he took Daniel and raised him as his own son. Noah looked up slowly at the smiling woman through tears. "They took me from you." Her smile trembled faintly for the first time. Not disappearing. Weakening. Beneath the monstrous expression, Noah saw unbearable sorrow buried deep within her pale face. Then the motel lights exploded. Darkness swallowed the room completely. And somewhere outside, beyond the windows filled with black handprints, the forest began screaming. Not animals. Not wind. Human voices. Dozens of them. Crying. Laughing. Begging. And rising above all of it came Tyler's voice once more from upstairs. Closer this time. She never left. Slow, wet footsteps began descending the motel staircase toward their room. Step. Drag. Step. Drag. Something was coming down from the darkness above them. And whatever returned wearing Tyler's voice was no longer human. The motel room door exploded inward before they could react. Rottenwood splintered across the floor as freezing wind rushed violently through the room, carrying the smell of wet soil and decaying leaves. The lights flickered back on for one brief second, just long enough for Maya to see something standing in the hallway outside wearing Tyler's face. Then darkness swallowed everything again. Ethan grabbed Noah instantly. "Move." The three of them fled into the storm-soaked night while distant laughter echoed through the motel behind them. Rain hammered Ashgrove relentlessly as they sprinted toward the van parked beneath flickering streetlights. But the smiling woman no longer stood inside the motel room. She stood at the edge of town, waiting beside the forest. Watching Noah. Smiling. Noah stopped running the moment he saw her. The storm around them seemed to fade instantly. The rain softened. The screaming wind quieted. Everything narrowed toward the pale figure standing silently between the trees. She slowly turned and walked deeper into the forest without speaking. Noah followed immediately. "Noah!" Maya shouted desperately. But he didn't stop. It felt less like choice and more like memory pulling him forward through the darkness. Ethan grabbed a flashlight from the van while Maya chased after Noah into the woods. The moment they crossed beyond the tree line, the world changed again. Fog swallowed everything. Thick pale mist rolled endlessly between the black pine trunks, reducing visibility to only a few feet ahead. The forest floor felt soft beneath their shoes, soaked with mud and years of rotting leaves. Every tree looked twisted somehow. Wrong. The deeper they walked, the more impossible the forest became. Paths shifted when they looked away. Trees seemed to move slowly in the corners of their vision. Sometimes Maya swore she saw faces watching silently from behind bark before vanishing into shadow. The smiling woman moved ahead of them soundlessly through the fog, bare feet leaving wet prints across the earth. Her pale dress drifted unnaturally in the still air while her wide smile glowed faintly in the darkness like something carved into a corpse. Noah followed her in silence. His face looked hollow now, trapped between terror and grief as more memories returned with every step deeper into black pine forest. Maya kept close behind him, trembling violently. Ethan followed last, gripping the flashlight tightly while constantly glancing over his shoulder. The forest no longer sounded alive. No insects. No wind. No birds. Only distant whispers drifting between trees too quietly to understand. Then the smell reached them. Rot. Ethan stopped immediately. "Do you smell that?" Maya covered her mouth instinctively. The odor grew stronger with every step. Sweet. Putrid. Death. The smiling woman finally stopped walking. Ahead of them the trees opened into a large clearing swallowed by fog. Noah stepped forward slowly. Then he froze. Bodies. At first Maya thought they were broken branches sticking out of the earth. Then lightning flashed overhead. Small human bones protruded from shallow muddy graves scattered throughout the clearing. Tiny skulls half buried beneath wet soil. Children. Dozens of them. Maya screamed softly and stumbled backward in horror. Ethan nearly dropped the flashlight. The beam swept across the clearing, revealing more remains hidden beneath the earth everywhere. Small shoes rotted black with age. Torn fabric. Tiny skeletal hands emerging from mud like they were still trying to crawl free. Noah felt something inside him break completely. Evelyn Harrow had been telling the truth. Children had been disappearing around Black Pine Road for decades. And the town buried it all. Anyone who discovered the truth vanished. Including her. Maya began crying openly now. "Oh my God." The smiling woman slowly walked deeper into the clearing toward something hidden beneath layers of fog. Noah followed shakily. At the center of the clearing stood an old stone well nearly swallowed by vines and moss. Its circular walls looked ancient, cracked by time and weather. Black water glistened far below inside the darkness. The smiling woman stopped beside it and slowly pointed downward. Noah stepped closer. Ethan immediately grabbed his arm. "Don't." But Noah already knew. Trembling violently, he leaned carefully over the edge and aimed the flashlight downward into the well. The beam illuminated bones. Adult bones piled deep within the darkness below, wrapped in rotting white fabric stained dark with age. Long strands of black hair still clung to part of the skull. Maya collapsed to her knees sobbing. Noah couldn't breathe. His mother, Sheriff Whitmore, and the others had thrown her into the well like garbage and buried the truth beneath the forest for 32 years. Noah staggered backward, shaking uncontrollably while memories flooded fully into place now. Evelyn screaming as men dragged her through the rain. Her hands clawing desperately against the earth. Her voice crying for Daniel while Sheriff Whitmore covered the little boy's eyes and carried him away. "Mom," Noah whispered brokenly. The smiling woman stood silently beside the well watching him. Then something changed. Slowly. The impossible grin stretched across her face weakened. The corners of her mouth trembled downward slightly for the first time. Her expression became human again. Not completely. The horror remained trapped beneath her pale skin. But now Noah could finally see what had existed underneath that smile all along. Fear. Grief. Despair so overwhelming it had twisted her into something monstrous after death. Maya stared through tears. She was trapped here. Noah nodded weakly. All this time. The smiling woman slowly reached one trembling hand toward him. Not threatening. Gentle. A mother reaching toward her child after decades of separation. Noah reached back instinctively. Then behind them came the metallic sound of a gun being cocked. Everyone turned instantly. Ethan stood several feet away near the edge of the clearing holding a revolver with shaking hands. His flashlight lay forgotten beside his feet while rainwater streamed down his pale, terrified face. Maya stared at him in disbelief. Ethan. Ethan looked completely broken. My grandfather. His voice trembled violently. That was Sheriff Whitmore. Silence swallowed the clearing. Even the forest itself seemed to stop breathing. Noah stared at him numbly. Ethan's hands shook so badly the gun rattled softly in his grip. I didn't know, he whispered desperately. Not until recently. Rain dripped steadily through the trees around them while fog twisted silently across the graves of forgotten children. Ethan's eyes filled with tears. My grandfather used to tell stories about Evelyn Harrow when I was a kid. He swallowed hard. He said she was insane. Lightning flashed overhead, illuminating the clearing for one terrible second. Bodies beneath the mud. The well. The smiling woman standing motionless beside Noah. Ethan's voice cracked. My family covered everything up. Maya stepped backward in horror. You knew. Not everything. Ethan shouted desperately. But I found records. Old files. My grandfather protected people in this town for years. His breathing became ragged. I came here because I thought exposing the truth would fix it somehow. Noah stared at him through tears. Your family killed her. Ethan lowered his head in shame. I know. The wind suddenly screamed violently through the trees around the clearing. Branches twisted overhead while fog surged across the ground like living smoke. The smiling woman slowly turned toward Ethan. Her human sadness vanished instantly. The impossible grin stretched wider than ever before across her pale face. Wider. Wider. Until the skin around her mouth began tearing softly at the edges. Ethan stepped backward in terror. No. The smiling woman tilted her head unnaturally. Water streamed from her hair as black hollow eyes locked onto Ethan completely. The forest itself seemed to awaken around her. Shapes moved between trees. Pale figures emerging silently from the fog. Children. Dozens of them. Smiling. Watching Ethan. The smiling woman's mouth slowly opened wider than humanly possible. And for the first time since her death 32 years earlier, Evelyn Harrow finally looked angry. The digital clock on Maya's camera flickered violently beneath the rain before stabilizing on a single time. 3:17 a.m. The moment the numbers appeared, the forest died. Every sound vanished instantly. The wind stopped. Rain froze into silence beneath the trees. Even the branches overhead became perfectly still, as though the entire forest had suddenly stopped breathing. The clearing filled with a suffocating quiet so complete Maya could hear her own heartbeat pounding inside her skull. Ethan stood trembling near the edge of the graves with the revolver hanging uselessly from his shaking hand. Noah remained beside the old well staring at the smiling woman while fog curled slowly around their feet like pale fingers crawling across the earth. Then movement appeared between the trees. Someone stepped out of the fog. Maya's breath caught instantly in her throat. Tyler. At first glance it looked like him. Same clothes. Same height. Same face. But something was horribly wrong. Tyler's body moved in stiff twitching motions as though invisible strings jerked his limbs unnaturally through the darkness. Mud covered his skin. His jaw hung open far too wide, stretched painfully downward until the skin around his mouth split at the corners. And his eyes. His eyes were completely black. No whites. No pupils. Just endless darkness staring from deep hollow sockets while an impossible smile twisted across his ruined face. Tyler tilted his head sharply toward them. Bones cracked softly inside his neck. Then he smiled wider. Ethan stumbled backward in horror. No. More shapes began emerging from the fog behind him. Men. Women. Children. Pale figures drifting silently between the trees surrounding the clearing. Missing drivers from Black Pine Road. Vanished hikers. Lost children from decades of disappearances hidden beneath ash groves' lies. All smiling. All wrong. Some crawled unnaturally across the ground on broken limbs that bent backward with wet snapping sounds. Others stood motionless between trees with empty black eyes fixed directly on the group. Water poured continuously from their mouths as though they had drowned underground. Maya felt herself shaking uncontrollably. Jesus Christ. The smiling woman stood silently at the center of the clearing, watching them all with that enormous impossible grin stretched across her pale face. Then she whispered softly, "They stayed with me." Her voice sounded layered now. Multiple voices speaking beneath hers. Men. Women. Children. All trapped together inside the darkness of Black Pine Forest. Ethan collapsed to his knees, sobbing violently. I didn't know. Tears streamed down his face while the revolver slipped uselessly from his hand into the mud. I swear to God. I didn't know. The smiling woman slowly turned toward him. Her wet hair drifted unnaturally around her pale face despite the motionless air. You knew enough. The words echoed through the clearing like distant thunder. Ethan shook his head desperately. Please. The smiling woman stepped closer. Fog surged violently around her feet. The shadows surrounding the clearing suddenly moved. Then chaos exploded. The smiling figures lunged from the darkness all at once. Maya screamed as pale bodies burst through the fog from every direction. Broken fingers clawed through mud. Children crawled unnaturally fast across the ground with twisted limbs snapping violently beneath them. Tyler sprinted toward Ethan with his jaw hanging impossibly wide while black liquid poured from his eyes. Ethan grabbed the revolver and fired wildly into the fog. Deafening gunshots echoed through the trees. But the smiling figures kept coming. Maya seized Noah's arm desperately. Go. They ran blindly into the forest while screams erupted behind them. Ethan shouted something incoherent as pale hands dragged him backward into the fog. The sound of tearing flesh echoed through the trees, followed by horrifying wet laughter from dozens of voices at once. Maya refused to look back. Branches whipped across her face while she dragged Noah through endless black pine trees, swallowing them deeper into darkness. But black pine forest no longer obeyed reality. The smiling woman appeared everywhere. 1 second she stood motionless between distant trees. The next she appeared directly beside them, smiling silently before vanishing again into drifting fog. Reflections formed impossibly across puddles and wet bark, showing her face, watching Noah with endless grief-filled eyes. Sometimes Maya saw her standing upside down high among the branches overhead. Other times she appeared reflected inside Noah's terrified eyes without physically being there at all. Always smiling. Always following. Behind them came the sound of crawling bodies crashing through the undergrowth. Tyler's voice echoed somewhere in the darkness. "Don't leave us." Maya sobbed while running harder. "Keep moving." The forest itself seemed alive now. Trees groaned and shifted around them. The fog thickened so heavily that entire sections of woods disappeared into white emptiness before suddenly reappearing elsewhere. Then ahead through the mist came headlights. The van. Waiting beside Black Pine Road with both doors hanging open and the engine already running. Maya nearly collapsed with relief. "Go, go, go." They threw themselves inside while something screamed behind them from the forest edge. Maya slammed the passenger door shut just as Noah climbed into the driver's seat, breathing hard. The engine roared beneath them. Rain finally returned, crashing violently against the windshield once more. Maya looked toward the forest in panic. Pale figures stood silently between the trees, watching them. Smiling. But none stepped onto the road. Noah gripped the steering wheel tightly. His hands trembled violently. "We can leave," Maya whispered desperately. "We can finally leave." Noah didn't answer. He was staring into the rearview mirror. Slowly, Maya turned toward it too, and felt her blood freeze solid. The smiling woman sat silently in the back seat. Water dripped softly from her pale dress onto the floorboards. Her impossible grin remained stretched across her face. But beside her sat a little boy holding her hand. 6 years old. Dark hair. Frightened eyes. Daniel. The child Noah used to be before Sheriff Whitmore stole him from the forest and buried the truth beneath 32 years of lies. The smiling woman looked at Noah through the mirror. And for the first time since her death, her voice sounded almost human again. Soft. Gentle. "You can come home now." Noah closed his eyes. Tears slid silently down his face. Maya grabbed his arm in terror. "Noah." But he already understood something Maya didn't. Black Pine Road would never release him. The forest had been calling him home his entire life. The smiling woman was never hunting strangers. She was searching endlessly through darkness for the sun ripped away from her the night she died. Noah slowly turned off the engine. Silence filled the van. Maya's voice broke completely. "Please don't do this." Noah opened the driver's side door calmly. Cold fog drifted instantly into the vehicle, wrapping around him like pale hands. "She's been alone for 32 years, he whispered. Maya started crying. "Noah, please." But Noah stepped out onto Black Pine Road without fear now. The smiling woman emerged silently from the back seat beside the little boy. Her smile slowly weakened as she looked at him, not vanishing entirely, but softening into something heartbreakingly human beneath the horror. Noah turned toward the forest, and somewhere deep between the endless black pine trees, he heard his mother calling for him one final time. He began walking calmly into the fog. The smiling woman followed beside him holding the little boy's hand. Mother and son disappearing together slowly between towering trees swallowed by darkness and rain. Maya screamed after him until her voice shattered. But Noah never looked back. And as the fog finally consumed them completely, the smiling woman no longer appeared monstrous. No impossible grin. No black hollow eyes. Only a grieving mother walking hand in hand with the child stolen from her long ago. Then both vanished forever into black pine forest. The road fell silent once more. And somewhere deep within the trees, soft laughter echoed through the darkness at exactly 3:17 a.m. 3 weeks after the events on Black Pine Road, Maya Torres uploaded the footage. For 17 days she had refused to touch the files. She barely slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Noah walking calmly into the fog beside the smiling woman while endless pale faces watched silently from between the trees. The police never found Ethan's body. They never found Noah either. Authorities searched sections of Black Pine Forest for nearly a week before giving up entirely after heavy storms destroyed most of the trails. Officially, the case became another missing persons investigation buried beneath Ashgrove's long history of disappearances. But Maya knew the truth. Some places do not let people leave. She considered deleting the footage forever, burning the hard drives, pretending none of it happened. But every night after returning home, strange things began happening inside her apartment. Reflections moved when she didn't. Wet footprints appeared outside her bedroom door at exactly 3:17 a.m. Sometimes she woke to the sound of soft laughter echoing faintly through empty rooms. And twice, she saw a pale smiling woman standing motionless outside her apartment building in the rain before vanishing the moment she blinked. Maya eventually realized something horrifying. The footage wanted to be seen. So on a cold November night at exactly 3:17 a.m., she uploaded the final video to the Night Echo channel. The Smiling Woman of Black Pine Road. The upload lasted nearly 2 hours. Raw footage, police reports, audio recordings, the ranger station, the forest, Noah's confession, Ethan's disappearance. Maya added no music, no editing tricks, no narration explaining what happened after the final moments beside the road. The video ended exactly where Noah vanished into the fog with his mother. At first, viewers believed it was fictional. Comments flooded the upload praising the realism. "This is the best ARG I've ever seen. The acting is terrifying. Night Echo just changed horror YouTube forever." Paranormal forums exploded with theories dissecting hidden details frame by frame. Some viewers believed the story symbolized grief and trauma. Others argued it was viral marketing for an upcoming horror film. But then people started noticing things. Small things at first. A pale woman standing briefly behind Ethan in a motel mirror before disappearing. A smiling face visible deep between trees during scenes where nobody had noticed her originally. Reflections moving independently from the people on screen. The comments changed quickly afterward. "Wait. Pause at 34:18. Who is standing behind Maya in the diner window? There's something reflected in Noah's eyes at 1 hour 12 minutes and 7 seconds. Internet investigators began slowing footage frame by frame. And the deeper they looked, the worse it became. The smiling woman appeared everywhere, hidden in scenes where she should not exist, standing silently in reflections, watching from impossible distances between trees. Visible in footage filmed months before the group even traveled to Oregon. One viewer discovered her pale face reflected briefly inside Ethan's camera lens during an entirely unrelated investigation filmed nearly a year earlier. Another found a distorted smiling figure standing outside Noah's apartment window in old live-stream footage nobody had reviewed before. It was as if the woman had been following them long before Black Pine Road. Watching patiently. Waiting. Then the reports began. A truck driver from Montana commented that he saw a smiling woman standing beside an empty highway 3 nights after watching the upload. A woman in Arizona claimed someone whispered her name from the back seat of her car while driving home alone after midnight. Another user uploaded a blurry photograph showing a pale figure reflected inside his rearview mirror despite nobody being in the vehicle. Most people dismissed them as attention seekers. But the stories spread rapidly. Thousands of comments appeared beneath the video over the following days. I saw her on my road last night. My mirrors keep fogging up at 3:17 a.m. Something smiled at me through my bedroom window. She whispered my name. She's here. Maya stopped reading the comments after a week. Because some of them included details nobody except her should have known. One user described the exact scratch marks found inside the van. Another mentioned the old well hidden deep within Black Pine Forest despite that footage never being included in the upload. Then came the final comment. It appeared 3 weeks after the video reached 12 million views. Nobody saw who posted it. No notification appeared. No username existed beside it. Yet somehow, the comment pinned itself automatically to the top of the page. People tried reporting it, deleting it. Nothing worked. The message always returned. It simply read, "If you see me beside Black Pine Road at night, do not stop." The internet exploded. Screenshots spread across forums and social media within hours. People became obsessed with identifying who posted it. Some claimed Maya staged the comment herself for publicity. Others believed hackers were involved. But Maya knew immediately who wrote it. Because at exactly 3:17 a.m. the same night the comment appeared, her apartment lights went out. She woke suddenly to freezing cold air filling the room. Her television flickered softly with static despite being unplugged. Then came 3 slow knocks against her bedroom mirror. Maya stared toward the dark glass trembling violently. And reflected faintly behind her bed stood the smiling woman. Watching silently. Smiling wider than ever before. The next morning, the anonymous account uploaded one final image before disappearing permanently. A fog-covered highway at night. Rain streaking across the windshield. The dashboard clock glowing 3:17 a.m. And reflected in the back seat mirror, sat the smiling woman staring directly into the camera. Her pale face dripping wet. Her impossible grin stretching across the darkness. But this time she wasn't alone. Beside her sat a little boy holding her hand. Daniel Harrow. And if viewers looked carefully enough into the reflection behind them, they could see another figure standing far back in the fog beside the road. waiting patiently, smiling too. The image spread across the internet within hours before the account vanished forever. Yet strange things continued happening afterward. People reported hearing laughter through static during late-night radio broadcasts. Drivers claimed GPS systems rerouted them toward Black Pine Road without explanation. Videos discussing the legend occasionally glitched for a single frame revealing the smiling woman standing behind the creator recording it. Then came the disappearances. Small at first. A traveler missing near Ash Grove. A teenager vanishing after posting online that he planned to visit Black Pine Road for content. Authorities blamed weather, accidents, poor visibility. But locals knew better. Because sometimes, very late at night when fog rolls low across the forest highway, drivers still report seeing a pale woman standing beside the road smiling softly beneath the trees. Waiting. Watching passing headlights through the darkness. And according to those who survived the encounter, she always looks directly into the car first, as if checking to see whether her son has finally come home again. So if you ever find yourself driving through Oregon after midnight, and your GPS suddenly loses signal near a forest road lined with endless black pine trees, keep your windows locked. Do not stop for anyone standing in the fog. Do not look into the rearview mirror for too long. And if you happen to see a smiling woman sitting silently in your back seat after the road behind you becomes empty, whatever you do, do not let her know that you noticed her. Because once the smiling woman of Black Pine Road enters your car, she never leaves. Story 2. The Forest Detour. There are roads in India, roads even locals refuse to drive after midnight, not because of accidents, not because of animals, but because something in those forests waits for people carrying grief. Truck drivers in Uttarakhand still whisper about a detour that does not appear on maps during the day, a road that only shows itself during storms, and those who take it begin seeing people they lost. Some drivers claim they saw a crying child standing in the rain, others saw dead parents, missing lovers, friends who died years ago. But here's the terrifying part. Every traveler sees someone different. Indian folklore has a name for entities like this. Chalava. A shapeshifter that does not hunt your body. It hunts your guilt. This story is about 6 travelers who took a shortcut through a forest highway during a storm, and realized too late. The forest was not trying to kill them. It was trying to decide which one of them deserved to leave. So keep the lights off, keep your doors locked, and never, ever trust the voices calling you from the trees. Because this is the Forest Detour. Rain hammered against the windshield with such violence that it no longer sounded like water. It sounded alive. Like thousands of fingernails scraping across glass, desperate to get inside. Every few seconds, thunder rolled through the mountains of Uttarakhand so deeply the Mahindra Scorpio trembled beneath it, its metal body groaning softly like an animal under pressure. The highway ahead had almost disappeared beneath the storm. Fog flooded the road in thick waves, swallowing the headlights whole. It did not drift naturally like ordinary mist. It moved with intention. Slow. Curling. twisting itself around the towering pine trees lining the highway as if something enormous was crawling silently through the forest beside them. The deeper they drove into the mountains, the quieter the world became. No crickets. No birds. No distant village sounds. Only rain. Only thunder. And occasionally, something else. Inside the Scorpio, 6 exhausted travelers sat in tense silence. The atmosphere inside the vehicle felt suffocating now, thick with the smell of wet clothes, cold air conditioning, and the strange metallic scent storms sometimes carried through the hills. Amon gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles had turned pale. His eyes stayed fixed ahead, though he was barely able to see more than a few meters through the fog. Every few moments, the windshield wipers dragged across the glass with a harsh squeal that sounded almost human in the silence between thunderclaps. Beside him, Rhea sat rigidly in the passenger seat, staring out into the forest. Something about the trees bothered her. They seemed too close to the road now. Too tall. The branches bent unnaturally over the highway like skeletal arms reaching downward. In the back seat, Kabir shifted uncomfortably and checked his phone again. No network, he muttered. Mine's dead too, Sanaa whispered quietly. Neil exhaled nervously from the last row. Fantastic. Lost in the middle of nowhere during a storm. Exactly how horror movies start. Nobody laughed. That unsettled him more than anything else. The radio crackled suddenly. Static exploded through the speakers. Everyone flinched. Amon adjusted the volume immediately. Signal interference, he muttered. But then, through the static came the faint sound of humming. A woman's voice. Soft. Slow. Melodic. The sound was distant, yet somehow impossibly close at the same time, as if someone sat just outside the car in the rain, humming gently beside the windows. Everyone froze. The humming continued for 3 seconds. Then vanished completely. Only static remained. Neil slowly looked up from the back seat. Did you guys hear that? No, Amon answered instantly. Too quickly. Because he had heard it. All of them had. Rhea noticed the way Amon's hands tightened harder around the steering wheel after saying it. Lightning split across the mountains. For one blinding second, the forest illuminated around them. And Rhea saw something standing between the trees. Tall. Motionless. Watching the road, then darkness swallowed it again before she could speak. Her stomach tightened. The Scorpio passed an old rusted road sign barely visible beneath hanging vines and moss. One side of it had collapsed inward, leaving the metal bent and twisted like rotten flesh. Barid Gadi, 72 kilometers, but something else had been scratched beneath it. Deeply. Violently. As though someone had carved the words with a knife. The faded paint was barely visible beneath years of rain and rust. Do not take the forest road after midnight, Kabir laughed nervously. Wow. Very subtle. Probably local superstition, Sanaa said, though her voice lacked confidence. The moment she finished speaking, thunder exploded directly overhead. The Scorpio lights flickered violently. Once. Twice. Then the GPS screen suddenly lit up bright blue. Everyone looked toward it instinctively. Faster route found saved 2 hours. A narrow road appeared on the map. A route none of them had seen before. It cut directly through the mountains like a wound through the forest. Amon frowned. That road wasn't there earlier. Kabir leaned forward immediately. Take it. Aman hesitated. The weather's getting worse. And we're losing time, Kabir snapped. At this speed we'll reach by sunrise. Another flash of lightning illuminated the forest outside. Ria stared through the passenger window. The trees looked wrong now. They seemed taller than before. Closer. Almost leaning toward the vehicle. And for one horrifying second, she thought she saw faces between the trunks. Pale faces. Standing perfectly still in the fog. Watching the car pass. I don't think we should go there, she whispered softly. Kabir groaned. Why? Ria kept staring outside. I don't know. And that was the truth. She could not explain the feeling pressing against her chest. The forest did not feel empty. It felt aware. Then the GPS spoke. Turn left. Everyone looked toward the screen instantly. Silence filled the car. The voice sounded wrong. Not robotic. Not artificial. Human. Too human. The tone carried warmth. Breath. Emotion. Like an actual person sitting somewhere in darkness, whispering directions directly into the vehicle. Aman swallowed hard. Did the voice always sound like that? Nobody answered. Because deep down, every single one of them knew it hadn't. The turn appeared moments later. A narrow break in the roadside railing, a broken barrier hung sideways, half buried in mud and weeds as though nobody had driven there in years. Beyond it stretched a dirt road vanishing into dense black forest. No streetlights, no tire marks. No signs. No houses. Nothing. Only darkness. Pure, endless darkness between the trees. Rain poured harder now, hammering the roof so violently it became difficult to hear anything else. Then the GPS repeated itself. Turn left. Kabir sighed impatiently. Aman, come on. Ria kept staring at the road. Every instinct inside her screamed not to enter. The forest ahead looked unnatural. The fog there was thicker somehow. Darker. As if the light itself struggled to exist beyond those trees. Then lightning flashed again. And for one horrifying second, they saw the bells. Hundreds of them. No thousands. Tiny rust-covered bells hanging from tree branches on both sides of the forest entrance. Some tied with red thread. Some blackened with age. Some so old they had nearly fused into the bark itself. All swaying gently. Despite there being absolutely no wind, clink, 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 the sound was soft at first. Then louder. Dozens of bells ringing together deep within the darkness of the forest. Not randomly. Rhythmically. Like something moving through the trees was brushing against them one by one. Ria felt ice crawl slowly down her spine. Aman. Her voice trembled, wait. But Aman had already turned the wheel. The Scorpio rolled past the broken barrier and entered the forest road. The moment the tires touched the muddy path, the atmosphere changed. The temperature inside the car dropped instantly. So suddenly that everyone felt it. The windows fogged from the inside. The radio died completely. Even the sound of rain seemed distant now. Muted. As though the forest itself had swallowed the outside world whole. And behind them, the highway disappeared into fog. Not faded. Not obscured. Gone. As though it had never existed at all. The forest swallowed sound. That was the first thing Amon noticed after they crossed the broken barrier. Not silence. Silence still felt natural. This was something else. Something wrong. The deeper the Scorpio crawled into the forest road, the more it felt as though the entire world outside the vehicle had been smothered beneath a suffocating blanket. The storm still raged overhead, but even thunder sounded distant now, muffled beneath the towering deodar trees pressing inward from every direction. No insects chirped. No leaves rustled. No owls called from the darkness. The forest should have been alive. Instead, it felt like a graveyard holding its breath. Only the sound of rain striking metal remained. Cold droplets slammed against the Scorpio's roof in uneven bursts while mud splashed beneath the tires. The headlights barely penetrated the thick layers of fog coiling between the trees. Every few seconds, the beams illuminated trunks so massive and ancient they looked less like trees and more like pillars supporting some enormous underground cathedral hidden beneath the mountains. The road narrowed further. Twisting. Winding. Climbing deeper into darkness. Inside the car, nobody spoke. Even Kabir had stopped joking now. Neil checked his phone again. Still nothing. No network. No GPS bars. No emergency signal. Just an empty screen reflecting his pale face back at him. Great. He muttered under his breath. Perfect. Sanaa forced out a weak laugh from beside him. Relax. Worst case, we spend the night in the car. The moment the words left her mouth, a strange heaviness settled inside the vehicle. Nobody replied. Because suddenly, the car no longer felt safe. Amon realized it at the exact same moment. The Scorpio had begun feeling less like protection, and more like a trap. The windows had fogged almost completely now despite the AC blasting cold air non-stop. Moisture crawled slowly across the inside of the glass in strange streaks, almost resembling fingerprints dragging downward from above. Ria kept staring outside. She couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was moving alongside them. Not the trees. Something between them, keeping pace with the vehicle just beyond the headlights. Watching. Waiting. The Scorpio rounded another sharp bend. And the headlights swept across another signboard standing crooked beside the road. Old wood. Half-rotten. Covered in moss so thick parts of the warning were barely visible anymore. Written in faded Hindi letters, "Do not answer if someone calls your name from the trees." Kabir burst out laughing immediately. But the laugh sounded forced. Thin. Nervous. "Okay," he said loudly, "that's definitely for tourists." Nobody joined him. Not even Neil. Because the deeper they drove, the more those warnings stopped feeling ridiculous. And started feeling desperate. Ria stared hard into the forest outside her window. The fog there looked strange now. Layered, as though shapes moved inside it. Human-shaped. Every time lightning flashed above the mountains, she thought she saw a silhouette standing between the trees. Tall. Still. Watching the Scorpio pass. Then vanishing again before her brain could fully process them. The GPS suddenly glitched. The screen flickered violently. Everyone jumped, the digital map twisted unnaturally, road spinning across the display as though the software itself had gone insane. Coordinates vanished. Route lines tangled together like veins spreading beneath skin. Then the screen froze. A new instruction appeared slowly. Continue straight for 11 kilometers. Alman frowned immediately. What? Kabir leaned forward. What happened? We've already driven longer than that. Neil checked the odometer. At first he looked confused. Then terrified. His face drained of color. We've only driven 3 kilometers. Silence filled the Scorpio instantly. Sana blinked. No, Kabir grabbed the dashboard. That's impossible. But the numbers remained there. Unchanged. 3 kilometers. Even though it felt like they had been trapped inside the forest for nearly an hour. Thunder rumbled again somewhere above the mountains. Low. Deep. Like something enormous shifting in its sleep. Then the radio crackled. Everyone froze instantly. Static flooded the speakers. A harsh, distorted hiss that rose and fell like broken breathing. Alman reached toward the volume knob, then a voice emerged through the noise. Weak. Faint. Crying. Please. Help me. The entire car went still. Neil's eyes widened. A child? Again the voice came through the static. Closer this time. Please. A soft sob. Help. The crying sounded horribly real. Wet. Desperate. And impossibly close to the vehicle. As if someone stood just outside the windows in the rain. Alman instinctively eased pressure off the accelerator. Don't stop, Ria said immediately. Her voice was sharp now. Fear had entered it. The crying outside became louder. The sound of a little girl sobbing uncontrollably somewhere in darkness beyond the headlights. Please. Then suddenly the headlights illuminated someone standing ahead on the road. Everyone gasped. Small. Motionless. A child, she stood barefoot in the middle of the muddy road with her head lowered beneath the rain. Thin white clothing clung tightly to her tiny frame while water dripped from strands of long black hair hanging over her face. Kabir cursed softly. Oh God. She's alone, Sana whispered. Alman slowed further. Every instinct screamed at him to stop. To help her. Rain poured around the little girl violently, yet she never moved. Never shivered. Never reacted. She simply stood there. Waiting. Then Ria looked closer. And her blood turned to ice. Something about the child's body was wrong. Terribly wrong. The proportions. The arms looked too long. The fingers nearly reached her knees, her neck bent slightly sideways at an unnatural angle, twitching occasionally like an old puppet struggling against invisible strings. And the way she stood too still. No human child could stand that still in freezing mountain rain. Then slowly, very slowly, the little girl lifted one arm and waved. Alman's foot drifted toward the brake pedal. Suddenly Neil screamed so loudly everyone jumped. That's not a girl. Chaos exploded inside the Scorpio. What? What are you talking about? Neil pointed violently through the windshield, his entire body trembling. That's my brother. Everyone stared at him. My brother Arif. He shouted hysterically. He died 2 years ago. Kabir turned back toward the road. That's impossible. But Neil had begun crying now. No, that's him, Amon looked back ahead and nearly lost control of the Scorpio. Because now the figure looked completely different, not a child anymore. To him it was his mother. Standing alone in the rain. Wearing the same pale blue sari she had worn the day before she died. Water dripped softly from her gray hair while her tired eyes stared directly into his. Gentle. Loving. Exactly as he remembered. Dead for 8 years. Amon's hands began trembling violently on the steering wheel. His chest tightened so hard he could barely breathe. No. 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 This wasn't possible. But then she smiled softly. And spoke. Amon. His mother's voice. Perfect in every detail. Warm. Fragile. Real. Amon Beta. Tears instantly filled his eyes. Please stop the car. Rhea screamed beside him. Don't look at it. But Amon couldn't move. Couldn't think. Because every buried memory came crashing back at once, his mother calling him the night she died. The missed phone call. The guilt. The funeral. The regret that had eaten him alive for years. And outside, his dead mother took one slow step closer through the rain. Smiling gently, but then, her smile widened. Too wide. Far wider than any human face could stretch. The skin at the corners of her mouth split slowly upward toward her cheeks while rainwater mixed with something dark dripping from the torn flesh. Her eyes remained loving. But the smile kept growing. Wider. 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 Until her jaw began to crack open with a wet snapping sound. And beneath the storm Amon heard her voice again. Except now other voices whispered beneath it. Hundreds of them. Layered together. All you had to do. The thing wearing his mother's face tilted its head unnaturally sideways. That was stop the car. Amon slammed his foot against the accelerator so hard the Scorpio lurched violently forward, tires skidding through mud as the engine roared against the storm. The figure wearing his mother's face vanished instantly into the fog behind them, swallowed whole by darkness before anyone could process what they had just seen, or thought they had seen. Nobody spoke. For nearly a full minute, the only sounds inside the Scorpio were ragged breathing, rain hammering the roof, and the violent squeal of windshield wipers dragging across glass already drowning beneath water. Amon's hands trembled uncontrollably on the steering wheel, his eyes stayed locked. Ahead, but his mother's face remained burned into his mind. That smile, that impossible smile, he could still hear the wet cracking sound her jaw made as it stretched wider than human flesh should allow. His throat tightened, because a part of him, a terrible, broken part, had wanted to stop the car. Thunder rolled through the mountains again, low and monstrous, making the forest briefly pulse with pale flashes of light, and every time the lightning illuminated the trees, they looked closer. The forest no longer felt like scenery surrounding. The road, it felt alive, watching the Scorpio move through its body. Finally Sanaa spoke. Her voice barely rose above a whisper. What did you all see? Silence followed immediately. Nobody wanted to answer, because saying it aloud would make it real. Neil finally swallowed hard and spoke first. My brother. His voice cracked. Everyone looked toward him slowly. Neil's face had gone completely pale. Tears still clung to his eyelashes while he stared blankly at the floor of the vehicle. Bariv, he whispered. I swear to God. It was him. Kabir rubbed both hands over his face shakily. I saw. He hesitated. My ex-girlfriend. Sana turned slowly toward him. Kabir avoided eye contact. She died 3 years ago. The temperature inside the car suddenly felt even colder. Ria slowly turned toward them from the passenger seat. Her expression looked disturbed in a different way. Not shocked, terrified. I didn't see anyone, she whispered. Everyone stared at her immediately. What? Aman asked. Ria kept looking out the window. There was something standing there, she said softly. But it kept changing. Lightning flashed outside. For a split second, the forest illuminated bright white, and all of them saw shapes standing between the trees, human silhouettes, dozens of them. Then darkness swallowed them again. At that exact moment, bells rang somewhere deep inside the forest, soft at first, almost delicate. Clink, clink, clink. The sound drifted through the rain from somewhere far beyond the road. Hundreds of tiny metal bells chiming together deep among the trees. Not randomly, rhythmically, like footsteps. The sound crawled beneath their skin instantly. Ria's breathing grew uneven. My grandmother used to tell me stories about this place. Nobody interrupted her. Even Kabir remained silent now, because something in her voice had changed. Fear, real fear. She called them Chalava. Thunder exploded overhead. The forest outside flashed white again. This time, the figures between the trees seemed closer. Ria swallowed hard. Shape-shifting spirits, she whispered. Not ghosts. Not demons. Her eyes drifted toward the darkness outside, something older. Rainwater slid down the windows in long distorted streams, making the forest appear warped and unreal beyond the glass. The bells continued ringing softly, closer now. Clink, clink, clink. My grandmother grew up in Himachal, Ria continued quietly. Truck drivers feared certain mountain roads after midnight. They said there were places where the forest learned how to imitate grief. Kabir scoffed nervously, though his voice lacked confidence now. You seriously believe this? Ria turned toward him slowly. I didn't before tonight. Lightning flashed again. For a fraction of a second, everyone saw someone running between the trees beside the Scorpio, keeping pace with the vehicle, then gone. Neil leaned forward slowly from the back seat. What exactly are these things? Ria looked at the windshield. At first. Her voice shook slightly. They only watch. The GPS screen suddenly flickered bright blue. Everyone jumped. The map vanished entirely. Then words slowly appeared across the screen. You should have stopped. Silence swallowed the Scorpio. Nobody breathed. The message remained there for 3 horrifying seconds, then disappeared instantly. Sana began crying softly beside Kabir. No. Her voice cracked. No, no, no. Kabir grabbed the GPS unit angrily. This has to be hacked, he snapped. Some sick local prank or something. The radio suddenly exploded with static, so loud everyone screamed. A deafening burst of distorted noise flooded the vehicle like screaming electricity. The speakers crackled violently as if something inside them were clawing desperately to get out. Then, through the static, came whispers, dozens of them, overlapping voices speaking all at once, soft, wet, breathing directly into the microphones. Aman. Ria. Kabir. Neil. Sana. Each voice sounded different, some male, some female, some old, some childlike, but every single one carried the same terrible tone, familiarity, like people who knew them intimately, like loved ones whispering from another room. The voices layered over one another until it became impossible to separate them. The entire Scorpio filled with whispers from the dead. Aman. Look outside. Ria. We miss you. Kabir. Why did you leave me? Sana. Please help. Neil covered his ears violently. Make it stop. But the whispers only grew louder. Then suddenly, all the voices vanished at once. Silence crashed into the car so abruptly it hurt. Only one voice remained, the child whispering softly through static, "Someone is sitting behind you." Nobody moved, nobody breathed. Neil slowly turned toward the back seat, empty, nothing there. His chest loosened slightly. Then he noticed the rear windshield. Fog had formed across the inside of the glass. Not outside, inside, as if someone had been breathing against it from the back seat, and slowly, right in front of their eyes. Something invisible dragged a finger across the fogged glass. The sound came first, a soft squeak. Everyone stared in horror as letters formed one by one. LETMECOMEHOME. The message finished. "Let me come home." The final letter appeared slowly. Then beneath the words, a second invisible finger began drawing something else. A smile, long, wide, unnaturally wide. Thunder exploded through the mountains again, and for one terrible second, every single person inside the Scorpio saw a pale human face reflected in the rear windshield behind them, smiling. Then the headlights flickered, and it disappeared. The rain intensified until it no longer looked like rain. It looked like the sky itself had burst open above the mountains. Water crashed against the Scorpio in violent sheets while muddy tires struggled to grip the narrow forest road twisting dangerously along the edge of a steep mountain drop. Every few seconds, lightning flashed across the valley below, revealing endless black forest stretching into darkness like an ocean without end. The deeper they drove, the stranger the road became. It no longer felt built by humans. The turns repeated unnaturally. The same broken trees appeared again and again. At one point, Amon swore they passed the exact same shrine 3 separate times. A tiny stone idol covered in wet marigold flowers and black soot. Standing alone among the trees, the bells hidden in the forest never stopped ringing, sometimes distant, sometimes horrifyingly close. Clink, 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 like invisible hands moving through the woods beside them. Inside the Scorpio, nobody spoke anymore. Even breathing felt too loud. The message still remained burned into their minds. "Let me come home." Neil refused to look toward the back seat now. Sanaa kept whispering prayers under her breath while clutching a silver pendant. Tightly enough to make her fingers bleed, Kabir stared blankly outside, trying not to think about the face he had seen in the road, trying not to remember the guilt attached to it. And Amon. Amon kept seeing his mother in every flash of lightning, standing between trees, watching him drive away. Then suddenly, headlights appeared ahead through the rain. Everyone jolted upright instantly. 2 dim yellow beams shone through the fog around a sharp curve in the road. A vehicle. Human life. Relief hit the Scorpio so powerfully that Sanaa nearly began crying. Oh, thank God. The headlights grew brighter. An old truck emerged slowly from the storm, rust-covered, massive, parked sideways across the narrow road as though blocking passage intentionally. Its engine idled loudly beneath the rain. One headlight flickered weakly. The other had gone completely dead. Amon slowed immediately and brought the Scorpio to a stop several feet away. For a moment, nobody moved. Then they saw the driver. An elderly man stood beside the truck beneath a black umbrella. Rainwater poured around him in silver streams while thunder rolled across the valley behind him. He wore an old wool jacket darkened by water and a faded Himachali cap pulled low over his forehead. His beard was completely white. His skin looked weathered like cracked leather, but it was his eyes that unsettled them, sunken, exhausted, terrified. The old truck driver stared directly at the Scorpio without moving, almost as though he had been waiting for them. Then slowly, he began walking toward the vehicle. His boots splashed heavily through mud while the bells somewhere in the forest continued ringing softly in the distance. Clink, clink, clink. The old man reached the driver's side window. Amon lowered it slightly. Cold air flooded instantly into the vehicle carrying the smell of wet earth, pine, and something rotten hidden beneath the rain. The truck driver looked inside. The moment his eyes landed on the passengers, his face lost all color. Pure horror entered his expression, not surprise, recognition. You took the detour. His voice sounded hollow, like someone speaking at a funeral. Amon nodded shakily. The old man stepped backward immediately, as though the Scorpio itself frightened him. Turn around, he whispered. We tried, Amon replied quickly. The road keeps changing. The trucker closed his eyes. His shoulders sagged beneath the rain. Oh God. Lightning exploded overhead, illuminating the forest in blinding white. For a split second, Rhea thought she saw movement between the trees behind him, tall figures standing motionless in the darkness. Then gone. Rhea leaned forward slowly. What is this place? The truck driver opened his eyes again, but before answering, he looked toward the forest around them, carefully, fearfully, as though terrified something nearby might overhear the conversation. When he finally spoke, his voice had dropped almost to a whisper. Years ago, people from nearby villages came into these woods. Thunder rumbled again. They believed the mountains were sacred, that the dead could still hear prayers from the living here. Rain dripped from the brim of his cap while he stared into darkness beyond the road. One winter, several children disappeared during a landslide. The villagers became desperate. Lightning flashed again. This time the old man's face looked corpse-like beneath the pale light, so they performed rituals. Nobody inside the Scorpio moved. The trucker swallowed hard. They tried speaking to the dead. The bells rang louder in the forest. Clink, clink, clink. The old man's eyes drifted toward the trees again. But something else answered. A violent gust of wind suddenly rushed through the forest, making the hanging bells hidden among the woods erupt into a chorus of metallic ringing. Not random, not natural. It sounded almost like laughter. The trucker's voice trembled now. The mimics came. Kabir frowned weakly. Mimics. The old man looked directly at him. They were memories like skin. Silence swallowed the road. Rain hammered metal. Thunder rolled above the mountains. And somewhere deep inside the forest, something screamed. Far away. Human. The sound lasted only a second before vanishing. Nobody inside the Scorpio breathed. The trucker continued quietly. They study people. Watch them. Learn their grief. Their guilt. Their regrets. His eyes shifted toward Amon, and once they understand you. He slowly turned toward the road behind the Scorpio. The darkness there looked impossibly deep now. They become impossible to resist. Amon felt cold spread through his chest, because deep down, he knew the old man was right. When he saw his mother on the road, part of him had wanted to leave the car, to run into the rain, to follow her. Neil leaned forward slowly. How do we leave? The truck driver looked at him for a long moment before answering. You do not follow voices. His voice had become extremely firm now, sharp. Whatever you hear, whatever you see, you do not leave the vehicle. The old man reached slowly into his jacket pocket with trembling fingers. When his hand emerged, he held several tiny brass bells tied together with faded red thread, old bells, darkened with age, covered in scratches. He handed them through the window carefully. Keep these inside the car. Rhea noticed his hands shaking violently, not from cold, from fear. What happens if someone leaves the vehicle? She asked softly. The old trucker became silent. His eyes lowered toward the muddy ground. Rainwater dripped steadily from his beard while thunder echoed across the valley again, for several seconds. He said nothing. Then quietly, almost too quietly to hear, they return. Kabir exhaled nervously. So they survive. The old man looked up, and the sheer horror in his eyes made everyone inside the Scorpio freeze. No. Lightning exploded above the forest, and for one terrible instant, something moved between the trees behind the truck driver, tall, far too tall, a pale human shape standing among the darkness. Its arms hung unnaturally low, its head tilted sideways at a broken angle, and it was smiling, a wide, impossible smile stretching across a face too white to be human. The truck driver saw it too. His expression shattered instantly, pure panic flooded his features. Go! He stumbled backward away from the Scorpio. Go now! The bells in the forest suddenly began ringing violently from every direction. Hundreds, thousands, clink 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 clink. The truck driver pointed frantically down the road. Do not stop for anything. Amon slammed the accelerator instantly. The Scorpio shot forward through mud while the old trucker disappeared behind curtains of rain. But as they sped away, Rhea looked back through the side mirror, and her blood froze. The truck driver still stood motionless in the middle of the road, completely still now, umbrella lowered slowly at his side, and behind him, figures were emerging silently from the forest. Dozens of them, human-shaped silhouettes stepping between the trees one by one, tall, thin, smiling. Some wore faces, some didn't, and as lightning flashed one final time, Rhea realized every single one of them was staring directly at the Scorpio. The atmosphere inside the Scorpio changed after they left the truck driver behind. Something invisible had entered the vehicle with them. No one said it aloud, but everyone felt it. The silence no longer felt empty, it felt occupied. The deeper they drove through the forest, the more the Scorpio stopped feeling like a car and started feeling like a coffin slowly moving through darkness. Nobody trusted anything anymore. Not the road. Not the GPS, not the shadows sliding across the windows, not even each other. The tiny brass bells the truck driver had given them now hung from the rearview mirror beside the dashboard. Every few minutes, they jingled softly on their own despite the vehicle remaining steady. Clink, clink, clink. Each time the sound came, the fog outside thickened, as though the bells were reacting to something approaching the car. The forest around them had become impossibly dense now. The trees crowded so tightly together they blocked even the stormlight from above. The headlights illuminated only narrow tunnels through endless blackness while twisted branches scraped across the Scorpio's sides with long screeching sounds that resembled fingernails dragging slowly across metal. Hours seemed to pass, yet the road never changed. The same bends, the same cliffs, the same dead trees. At one point, Amon noticed they passed the same broken milestone marker 3 different times. The numbers scratched into the stone had not moved, the same crack ran through it, the same faded smear of red paint stained the surface. The forest was looping around them, keeping them inside. Nobody spoke for a long time, only breathing, only rain, only bells ringing somewhere deep beyond the trees. Then suddenly, Sanaa whispered, "Who's breathing?" Everyone froze instantly. The sound came again, slow breathing, wet breathing, not matching anyone inside the vehicle. A long inhale, then a shaky exhale, close, far too close. Neil's face drained of color immediately. It's from the back seat. Nobody moved, nobody even blinked. The sound continued, breathing. Slow, patient, like someone sitting quietly behind them in darkness. The Scorpio seemed to shrink around them. Rhea clutched the brass bells tightly in one hand. Kabir stared straight ahead, refusing to turn around. Amon's grip on the steering wheel tightened so hard his wrists began hurting. Then the breathing stopped. Complete silence flooded the car, and somehow, that was worse. Kabir finally gathered enough courage to glance upward into the rearview mirror. The moment he did, he screamed. A raw, terrified scream tore from his throat so violently that Amon nearly lost control of the Scorpio. There's someone back there. Everyone spun around instantly, for one horrifying second. They all saw it, a pale face sitting between the back seats, motionless, smiling. Its skin looked swollen and wet, stretched too tightly over sharp bones. Dark water dripped slowly from long strands of black hair hanging beside its face, but the eyes were wrong, far too large, unblinking, reflecting the headlights like an animal staring from darkness, and the smile, God, the smile stretched impossibly wide across its face, exposing rows of tiny uneven teeth packed together too tightly inside its mouth. Then lightning flashed outside. The interior of the Scorpio illuminated white for a fraction of a second, and the thing vanished, gone, the back seat empty again. Alman jerked the steering wheel violently. The Scorpio skidded sideways through mud before slamming back onto the road. What did you see? Alman shouted. Kabir couldn't answer. His entire body shook uncontrollably now. Tears streamed down his face while he kept staring at the rearview mirror. It was right there. His voice cracked. It was sitting right there. Rhea suddenly gasped. The brass bells in her hand had started ringing violently on their own. Not lightly, violently. Clink, 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 clink. The sound filled the Scorpio like alarm bells. The temperature inside the vehicle dropped instantly. Cold air flooded the car so suddenly their breath became visible. And then, something wet touched the roof above Amman. Everyone looked upward slowly. A footprint, small, wet, pressed against the ceiling fabric directly above the driver's seat. Another appeared beside it. Then another, one after another. Wet footprints forming across the roof interior of the Scorpio, as if something invisible was crawling upside down above them, moving slowly across the ceiling like a spider. Sanaa began praying immediately. Her voice broke between sobs. Hanuman Chalisa. Hanuman Chalisa. Neil started crying openly. No, 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 no. The footprints continued, each one appearing with a soft wet sound. Tap, tap, tap. Water dripped from them onto the seats below. Cold droplets sliding down Aman's neck. The invisible thing above them stopped moving. Directly over the driver's seat, silence swallowed the Scorpio again. Even the rain outside suddenly seemed distant. Then, Aman felt breath near his ear. Warm, human. A woman whispered softly beside him. You should have stopped for me. His mother's voice, perfect in every detail. Aman nearly crashed. Every muscle in his body locked instantly, because it wasn't coming from the radio, or the back seat. It came from right beside him, as though someone leaned forward between the seats and whispered directly into his ear. Tears instantly filled his eyes again. That voice, the same warmth, the same softness, the exact voice he had spent 8 years wishing he could hear one last time. Aman Beta. The whisper returned, gentle, loving. Why didn't you stop? The Scorpio lights flickered violently, once, twice, then darkness swallowed the entire vehicle. Sanaa screamed. The engine continued roaring through the forest, but now they could see nothing beyond the windshield except blackness, pure blackness. The headlights had died. The bells rang wildly beside the dashboard. Clink, 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 and suddenly, something heavy landed on the roof of the Scorpio. The entire vehicle shook violently. A deep metallic thud echoed overhead. Then came scratching. Long, slow, deliberate. Something crawled across the roof above them. Its weight dented the metal softly with each movement. Thump, scrayerate, thump. The scratching stopped directly above Aman. Then the ceiling fabric above his head slowly began sinking inward, as though fingers were pressing down from outside. 5 long indentations appeared gradually above him, pressing deeper, deeper, until the fabric nearly touched his forehead. Then, something laughed, softly, a woman's laugh, coming from directly above the roof. Kabir began changing first. At least, that was when the others finally noticed it. The transformation had probably started much earlier. Maybe the moment he saw her standing on the road, maybe the moment he heard her voice inside the storm, or maybe the moment he secretly wanted to follow her. After the thing on the roof disappeared, silence settled inside the Scorpio once again. but this silence felt different, heavier. Wrong, like something invisible now sat among them quietly. Listening, Kabir stopped speaking almost entirely. At first, nobody questioned it. They were all terrified, all exhausted, but as the hours dragged deeper into the endless night, his behavior became impossible to ignore. He no longer reacted when anyone spoke to him, no fear, no panic, no anger. He simply stared outside his window constantly, watching the forest, listening to something beyond the trees. Sometimes his lips moved slightly, as though responding to whispers only he could hear. The brass bells hanging near the dashboard jingled softly whenever he turned his head toward the windows. Clink, clink, clink. The road outside remained endless, twisting endlessly through fog-covered mountains, with no signs of civilization anywhere. The same trees repeated endlessly in the headlights like distorted reflections trapped inside a nightmare, and the forest had begun changing shape. Branches now resembled human limbs stretching over the road. Certain tree trunks looked horrifyingly similar to twisted faces screaming silently into darkness. At one point, Neil swore he saw dozens of people standing between the trees holding hands. When he blinked, they were gone. Nobody checked the time anymore, because time itself felt broken here. But eventually Amon glanced at the dashboard clock. 3:07 a.m. The numbers flickered strangely, as if even the clock struggled to function inside the forest. That was when Kabir smiled, not naturally, not gradually. One moment his face was empty, the next, a slow grin stretched across his lips, too wide, too still, like someone imitating the expression without understanding human emotion. Ria noticed immediately. Her stomach tightened. Kabir. No response. The grin remained frozen on his face. Kabir. Slowly, very slowly, he turned toward her, and the moment she saw his eyes, cold flooded her chest. Something inside them had changed. They looked hollow now, not lifeless, occupied, as though someone else stared outward through him. Kabir tilted his head slightly, then whispered, "She's waiting outside." Silence crushed the Scorpio instantly. Everyone stared at him. Who? Amon asked quietly. Kabir's smile widened further. "My girlfriend." Neil's breathing quickened, but his voice shook. "She's dead." Kabir nodded slowly. Water dripped from his hair onto his cheeks, though nobody understood where the moisture came from. Outside, rain still hammered the forest, but somehow, Kabir looked wetter than everyone else. "She says she forgives me." The words hit the car like ice, because Kabir had never explained what happened to her, not fully. They only knew she died in an accident years ago, but now, the guilt in his face revealed far more than words ever had. Kabir suddenly reached for his seatbelt. Click. The sound echoed unnaturally loud inside the Scorpio. Ria reacted instantly. She grabbed his arm hard. "Don't." The change in Kabir happened immediately. Violence exploded across his face. Not anger, desperation, pure desperation. "Let me go." He slammed against the seat violently, trying to pull away from her grip. "She's cold outside." His voice cracked between sobbing and laughter. "She's been waiting for me." Neil grabbed Kabir from behind. "Stop." Kabir struggled harder. His body strength felt unnatural now, almost inhuman. "Can't you hear her?" He screamed. Then, everyone heard it. Knocking, soft at first. Knock, knock, knock. The sound came from outside the windows. Everyone froze instantly. The knocking continued, slow, patient, human knuckles against glass. Knock, knock, knock. Amon looked toward the driver's side window, and his blood froze. Figures stood outside the Scorpio, dozens of them, human silhouettes emerging silently from the fog surrounding the vehicle. Motionless, watching, rain poured over them endlessly while pale faces hovered just beyond the windows, smiling, not natural smiles, wide, frozen, empty. Every traveler inside the Scorpio saw different faces among them, different people, different dead loved ones. Amon saw his mother, standing beside the driver's side door with water dripping from her gray hair, smiling gently. Neil saw his younger brother. Sanaa saw her grandmother. Ria saw strangers whose faces shifted constantly between different identities. And Kabir saw only one person, her, standing barefoot outside his window in the rain, the girl he killed, the girl whose death had haunted him for 3 years. Except now, she smiled lovingly at him, forgiving him, welcoming him. Kabir began crying openly. She came back for me. Knock, knock, knock. The figures outside moved closer simultaneously, their smiles widening slowly. The fog around the Scorpio thickened unnaturally until the world beyond the windows almost disappeared completely. Only faces remained visible now, pale faces floating in darkness, watching, waiting. Then Amon noticed something horrifying. None of the figures outside blinked. Not once. Kabir suddenly stopped struggling. Completely. His entire body relaxed instantly. The sudden calmness frightened them more than the violence. His expression softened peacefully. Then he whispered, "She says one of us doesn't belong here anymore." The bells near the dashboard exploded into violent ringing. Clink, 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 clink. The Scorpio lights flickered wildly. The engine sputtered, and every figure outside the windows suddenly smiled wider at exactly the same moment. Then, the interior lights died. Darkness swallowed the vehicle whole. Complete blackness. Sanaa screamed immediately. Neil shouted something unintelligible. Amon slammed the brakes instinctively while rain thundered outside the car like applause. Nobody could see anything, not even their own hands, only darkness. And somewhere inside that darkness, someone else began breathing. Not from outside, inside the Scorpio, slow breathing, wet breathing, close, very close. Then came another sound, a soft clicking noise, like fingernails tapping gently against teeth. Click, click, click. Nobody moved. Nobody dared breathe. Then, a voice whispered softly from the darkness beside Amon's ear. Not his mother this time. Something else. Something deeper, ancient, mocking. "We found the broken one." Lightning exploded outside. For one blinding second, the interior illuminated white, and everyone saw it. A pale figure crouched upside down on the ceiling of the Scorpio directly above Kabir. Its limbs bent backward like a spider. Its wet black hair hung downward over a face stretched into an impossible smile. And its enormous white eyes were staring directly at them. Morning never came. That realization broke them long before the truth did. Hours had passed, or at least they thought hours had passed, but the sky outside remained exactly the same, an endless ceiling of black storm clouds choking the mountains beneath absolute darkness. No sunrise touched the forest. No dawn colors appeared behind the trees. The night refused to end. It was as though time itself had stopped breathing inside the forest. The Scorpio continued crawling through mud and fog while the storm raged endlessly around them. Rain battered the windshield in violent waves, yet the droplets now looked strange in the headlights, slower, almost suspended, like the entire world outside moved differently from the world inside the vehicle. Nobody spoke after seeing the thing on the ceiling. Kabir sat perfectly still now, too still. His face remained pale and hollow while his eyes stared into nothingness. Occasionally his lips twitched slightly, smiling at things nobody else could see. Neil kept glancing upward fearfully, terrified the creature might still be above them. Sanaa had stopped crying completely. Shock had hollowed her out, and Amon could barely remember how long they had been driving. His thoughts felt fragmented now, broken apart by fear. Certain memories no longer made sense. He couldn't remember entering the forest clearly anymore, couldn't remember the highway. Couldn't remember the exact moment everything started feeling wrong. The brass bells near the dashboard suddenly jingled softly. Clink, clink, clink. The GPS screen flickered to life. Everyone stared instantly. The map was gone. No roads, no coordinates, no signal, only a black screen with blinking white letters. You already arrived. Silence swallowed the Scorpio. Sanaa's voice trembled. What does that mean? Nobody answered, because deep down, they already knew. The forest outside looked different now, not like a place, like something alive surrounding them from every direction, watching them carefully, waiting. The message on the GPS blinked again. You already arrived. Amon's breathing became uneven. No, his voice sounded weak. Broken, this isn't real. Then Rhea noticed something. Amon. He didn't respond. Amon, your arm. He looked down slowly toward the steering wheel, and for the first time, he saw the blood. Fresh blood soaked the sleeve of his jacket near the shoulder. Dark red streaks ran down his forearm, dripping slowly onto the steering wheel and collecting between his fingers. Everyone stared. Amon frowned in confusion. What? Then pain hit him all at once. A sharp burning sensation exploded through his arm. He gasped. Shards of glass were embedded deep in his skin, large pieces, jagged pieces, blood-covered, cuts that should have been impossible not to notice earlier. Cuts that looked hours old. Neil suddenly leaned forward toward the windshield, his face drained completely of color. How? Everyone followed his gaze. The windshield was cracked, not slightly, shattered. Spiderweb fractures spread across the entire glass surface from one massive impact point directly in front of the driver's seat. Rainwater leaked slowly through the broken edges. The damage looked severe enough to kill someone instantly. Silence filled the Scorpio again, a terrible silence, because none of them remembered the windshield breaking. Then, something shifted inside Amon's mind, a memory. Small at first, a flash, rain pouring violently across a mountain highway. The Scorpio tires slipping, Sanaa screaming, a truck horn blaring somewhere through fog, loud, too loud, white headlights rushing toward them, the steering wheel jerking violently beneath Amon's hands, the Scorpio skidding sideways across wet asphalt, metal screaming, the road disappearing beneath them, falling, weightlessness, then darkness. Amon's hands began shaking violently. No, more memories returned, fragments. Glass exploding inward, Neil shouting, Kabir bleeding. Rhea crying, the sound of metal crushing against stone deep inside the mountains. Then, silence, cold silence. Sanaa suddenly covered her mouth. Tears flooded her eyes. No, Neil stared around the Scorpio in horror. The realization crawled slowly through the vehicle like poison. The accident, it had happened near the beginning, before the detour, before the forest road, before the warnings, before any of this. They had crashed. The forest hadn't trapped them afterward. It found them afterward. Kabir suddenly began laughing quietly, soft at first, broken laughter, then louder, more unstable. We're dead. Nobody answered him, because nobody could anymore. We're dead, he repeated again, smiling strangely. We never left the highway. No, Amon said immediately, too quickly, too desperately, but even he no longer believed his own voice. The memories kept returning now. More details, the Scorpio tumbling down a mountainside, bodies slamming against seats, the windshield exploding, and after the crash, something moving through the trees toward them, something tall, watching, waiting beside the wreckage. The GPS screen flickered again. New words appeared slowly across the display. The forest decides who leaves. The bells hanging near the dashboard began ringing violently. Clink, 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 outside the windows. Movement emerged within the fog. The smiling figures had returned, dozens of them, standing between the trees surrounding the Scorpio, closer than before, far closer. Their pale faces hovered within the darkness like floating masks while rain poured endlessly over them. Some wore familiar faces, dead parents, lost siblings, friends, lovers. Others wore no faces at all, only blank skin stretched across skulls beneath wide unnatural smiles. And now, they were approaching, slowly, step by step. Their feet made no sound against the mud. The fog thickened around them unnaturally, curling around their bodies like living smoke. One figure pressed its face slowly against the passenger side window beside Rhea. Its eyes were completely white, its smile stretched almost ear to ear, and as lightning flashed across the forest, Rhea realized the thing pressing against the glass had no reflection. Kabir began laughing harder. They came for us. Neil started sobbing uncontrollably. Sana whispered prayers so fast the words blended together into nonsense. And Aman finally looked into the rearview mirror. At first, he saw only darkness. Then slowly, another face appeared beside his own reflection. His mother, standing directly behind him inside the Scorpio, smiling gently. But this time, her eyes were empty black holes. And when she spoke, her mouth did not move. You were never driving away from the forest, Aman. The bells screamed louder, the figures outside moved closer, and somewhere deep within the trees, something enormous began walking toward them. The forest was breathing now. They could hear it, slow, deep, like some enormous sleeping creature surrounding the Scorpio from every direction. The trees groaned softly in the storm as though their trunks were shifting closer inch by inch. Branches scraped across the vehicle continuously now, long scratching sounds dragging against metal like fingernails searching for a way inside. The smiling figures outside no longer hid among the fog. They stood openly around the Scorpio, watching, waiting. Dozens of pale silhouettes circled the vehicle beneath the rain while their impossible smiles gleamed whenever lightning flashed through the mountains. None of them blinked. None of them moved naturally. Sometimes they appeared farther away, then suddenly stood inches from the windows without anyone seeing them walk closer. The bells hidden throughout the forest rang violently now, not softly anymore, not distant. Thousands of tiny brass bells screamed through the darkness together like warnings from the dead. Clink, 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 clink. Inside the Scorpio, terror had begun turning into something worse, understanding. And understanding was far more horrifying than fear. Rhea stared out the windshield with hollow eyes. Her breathing had become shallow, uneven. Then finally, she whispered, "This place isn't haunting us." Everyone looked at her immediately. Even Kabir stopped laughing. Rain hammered the roof. Lightning flashed across the forest. The figures outside smiled wider. Rhea slowly turned toward them. Her face looked pale beneath the flickering dashboard lights. "It's judging us." Thunder exploded overhead. At that exact moment, the trees surrounding the Scorpio seemed to shift closer together. The forest tightened around them like living walls. Branches bent lower. Fog thickened. The road ahead vanished completely beneath darkness. The bells rang harder, louder, almost angry. Rhea's voice trembled as she continued, "The Chalava doesn't simply imitate people." She looked toward Kabir. "It becomes what you cannot let go of." Kabir lowered his head instantly. And finally, he broke. Tears streamed silently down his face while his shoulders trembled. Outside the passenger window, the pale figure of his dead girlfriend stood smiling through the rain, watching him, waiting patiently. Kabir's voice cracked. "I killed her." Nobody spoke. 3 words. That was all it took. The truth flooded the Scorpio like poison. Kabir covered his face with shaking hands. "We were driving back from a party." His breathing became ragged. "I was drunk." Rainwater streaked across the windows while the dead figures outside listened silently. "She kept asking me to slow down." Kabir started sobbing openly now, but I laughed. Lightning flashed. And for one horrifying second, his dead girlfriend's smile outside the window widened unnaturally. Kabir's voice broke completely. The car flipped into a river. He looked up slowly, eyes destroyed by guilt. I got out. Silence. She didn't. The bells outside screamed louder. The forest fed on confession. You could feel it. The air inside the Scorpio grew colder, heavier, like something surrounding them was enjoying every word. Neil spoke next, quietly, almost mechanically. My brother killed himself because of me. Everyone turned toward him. Neil stared blankly ahead. We fought the night before. Rain dripped slowly from the shattered windshield onto his knees. He called me before he did it. His voice cracked. I ignored the call. Alman closed his eyes, because he understood that pain. Neil wiped tears from his face violently. He kept messaging me afterward. His breathing shook harder. I never replied. Outside the rear window, the shape of his younger brother now stood among the smiling figures, his neck bent at an unnatural angle, his eyes empty, still smiling. Sanaa suddenly began crying again, harder this time, not fear, guilt, years of buried guilt finally tearing its way free. There was a flood near our village, she whispered, her hands trembled violently in her lap. My sister and I got separated. Rain pounded harder against the Scorpio. She was holding my hand. Sanaa's voice collapsed, but the water got stronger. Lightning illuminated the forest. For one split second, a little girl stood outside her window dripping black water onto the mud, smiling. I let go. Sanaa screamed into her hands. I let go. The bells exploded into violent ringing all around them. The forest was feeding now, growing stronger. You could feel it in the air, like invisible mouths opening in darkness. Then silence fell inside the Scorpio again. Everyone slowly looked toward Amman, because they already knew. Amman stared ahead through the cracked windshield. His mother's face floated faintly within the reflections on the glass. Waiting, I ignored her last phone call. His voice barely rose above a whisper. The words hurt more than anything else spoken inside the vehicle. She called me 3 times that night. Alman's hands trembled against the steering wheel. I was busy. His throat tightened. I thought I'd call her back later. Rainwater slid slowly down the windshield like tears, but she died before morning. The moment he finished speaking, every smiling figure outside the Scorpio took one slow synchronized step closer. The vehicle creaked softly around them. The forest approved, because now it understood them completely. Rhea finally whispered the truth none of them wanted to admit. That's why the Detour appeared. Thunder rolled through the mountains, not randomly. Her eyes drifted toward the fog outside, but specifically for us. The bells rang softly again, satisfied, the emotionally broken. Lightning flashed, the grieving. Another flash, the guilty. And somewhere deep beyond the trees, something enormous moved through the darkness, slow footsteps shaking the forest floor beneath the rain. Thud, 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 the perfect prey. Then suddenly, Rhea stopped speaking. A horrifying realization crossed her face. Everyone noticed immediately. What? Alman asked quietly. Rhea's breathing quickened. No. Her eyes widened slowly. No, no, no. Nobody understood. Then she whispered, why didn't it target me? Silence. The question poisoned the air instantly. Because she was right. The Chalava had shown them all dead loved ones, had manipulated their guilt, their regrets, their grief, but never hers, not directly. It watched her, studied her, but it never truly hunted her. Why? Kabir slowly lifted his head, and for the first time since entering the forest, real terror entered his eyes. Not fear of the creatures outside, fear of her. You've been here before. Rhea froze completely. The bells stopped ringing. Every smiling figure outside became perfectly still. Even the storm seemed quieter suddenly. Memories surfaced inside her mind violently. Fog, rain, mountain roads, screaming. A crash. Years ago. Another vehicle. Another storm. Another forest road hidden deep within Uttarakhand. Ria's breathing became uneven. No, but the memories kept coming. She remembered blood, broken glass, a hand reaching for hers in darkness. Then, bells, endless bells ringing through trees. Her knees weakened. Years ago. She had entered this forest before, and somehow, she survived. Or at least, that was what everyone believed. Then suddenly she remembered the truck driver's words. They returned. Cold terror spread through her entire body. Ria slowly turned toward the rearview mirror. Her reflection stared back at her through darkness, pale, terrified, human. Then, for one horrifying moment, the reflection smiled before she did, not naturally, not slightly. Its lips stretched wide slowly while Ria herself remained frozen in horror. The reflection's eyes darkened. Its smile widened further, too wide, far too wide, and softly, without moving its mouth, the reflection whispered, "You already belong to us." The others backed away from Ria instantly, not consciously, not even intentionally. Their bodies simply reacted before their minds could, like animals sensing something rotten hiding beneath human skin. The cramped interior of the Scorpio suddenly felt even smaller as everyone pressed themselves against doors and seats, staring at her with the same terrified expression. Even Amon moved away, slowly, carefully, as though afraid sudden movement might provoke something wearing her face. Outside the vehicle, the smiling figures remained motionless in the rain, watching, waiting. The bells hidden throughout the forest had gone silent now, and somehow, that silence felt worse than the noise. Sana shook her head repeatedly. No. Her voice trembled violently. No, no, no. Ria looked at them with tears filling her eyes. She looked genuinely terrified. Human, I didn't know. But even as she spoke, more memories clawed their way violently back into her mind, fragments at first, then entire pieces of forgotten years crashing into place all at once. The road, the storm, the car filled with college friends laughing nervously while rain battered the windshield, the GPS rerouting them through forest roads deep in Uttarakhand, the same fog, the same bells, the same darkness waiting between the trees. Ria grabbed her head suddenly as memories overwhelmed her. Oh, God! Her breathing became erratic. It was this road. Lightning exploded outside the Scorpio. For one split second, the forest illuminated white, and the figures outside the windows all turned their heads toward her simultaneously, smiling wider. Listening, Ria began crying harder. We crashed. Her voice cracked. We crashed into the valley. The memories came faster now, glass shattering, metal twisting, her friends screaming in darkness, then silence, cold mountain silence, and afterward, something moving through the trees toward the wreckage, something tall, something smiling. Only she had emerged from the forest afterward, or at least, that was what everyone believed. Ria's breathing became shallow, because now she remembered the truth. She had never truly left, not completely. After the accident, things changed, subtle things at first, small things easy to ignore, forgotten moments, missing hours, strange dreams filled with bells ringing endlessly through forests. Sometimes she would wake in the middle of the night hearing whispers inside empty rooms. Soft voices calling her name from corners swallowed by darkness, sometimes mirrors. Reflected movements a second too late, sometimes reflections smiled slightly differently from her real face, and sometimes, she heard bells, even in crowded cities, even alone inside apartments. Tiny brass bells ringing softly somewhere impossible nearby, clink, clink, clink. Ria suddenly realized something horrifying. The bells had never followed her. She had carried them. The Chalaba hadn't let her escape the forest. It had used her, a vessel, a doorway, a piece of the forest wearing human skin, and now, after years, it had finally returned home. Outside the Scorpio, the forest erupted. Whispers exploded through the darkness from every direction at once, thousands of voices speaking together beneath the storm, not human voices anymore, something older, something wrong. The windows fogged instantly from the inside, breath, too much breath, as though invisible mouths surrounded the vehicle from every direction. Ria's body suddenly jerked violently, everyone recoiled, her hands twisted unnaturally against her lap while her spine arched backward with a sickening cracking sound. Ah! Her scream cut off halfway, because another voice emerged beneath it, deep, wet, ancient, two voices speaking together through the same mouth. Ria's head slowly tilted sideways, too far sideways. The movement stopped with a soft cracking noise. Her smile began stretching against her will, not naturally. The corners of her lips pulled wider and wider while tears streamed down her cheeks. She was fighting it. They could see that. Her hands clawed desperately at her own face as though trying to stop the expression from growing. I tried to stay away. Her normal voice overlapped with the second voice beneath it, one human, one not, but it was hungry. The brass bells hanging near the dashboard exploded into violent ringing, clink 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 clink. Outside, every smiling figure surrounding the Scorpio suddenly took one synchronized step closer, their pale faces pressed nearer to the windows now, watching Ria, watching their own reflection inside her. Amon stared at her in horror. The woman sitting in the passenger seat no longer looked fully human. Shadows moved strangely beneath her skin, as though something crawled underneath her. Flesh trying to wear her correctly. What are you? Ria slowly turned toward him. And for a brief second, her expression softened, sadness entered her eyes, real sadness, like a drowning person surfacing one final time. Then she smiled again, too wide, far too wide. Her jaw cracked softly as the grin stretched beyond human limits, and when she spoke, the voice no longer belonged entirely to her. I was lonely. The words echoed strangely inside the Scorpio, not from one mouth, from many, dozens of whispers speaking through her simultaneously. The lights inside the vehicle exploded instantly, darkness swallowed everything, complete blackness crashed into the Scorpio so violently it felt physical. Sanaa screamed, Neil shouted in terror, Kabir began laughing again somewhere in darkness. Then came the sounds, movement, fast movement, something crawling across the roof, something slamming against the sides of the vehicle, hands, dozens of hands pounding violently against windows, thud, thud, thud. The smiling figures outside began circling the Scorpio rapidly beneath the storm. Their pale bodies darted through the darkness between flashes of lightning, too fast, far too fast to be human, and above it all, the bells rang louder than thunder, thousands of bells, screaming through the forest together in one horrifying metallic chorus, clink 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 clink. Then lightning exploded across the mountains again. For one blinding second, the interior illuminated white. And everyone saw Ria, standing on the roof of the Scorpio, impossible. Her body bent backward unnaturally while rain poured over her pale skin. Her hair hung downward across the windshield as she smiled upside down at them through the cracked glass, except, there were too many eyes, more eyes opening slowly beneath her skin, blinking independently, watching them. Then darkness returned, and somewhere above the vehicle, Ria's voice whispered softly through the storm, You should never have followed the detour. When Amon regained consciousness, the forest was silent, not unnaturally silent, not the suffocating silence of the detour. This silence felt real, natural, peaceful. Birds chirped softly somewhere high among the pine trees. Cool mountain wind drifted through the valley carrying the scent of wet earth and morning rain. Sunlight poured gently through the forest canopy in golden streams, illuminating drifting mist between the trees. The storm was gone, completely gone. For several seconds, Amon simply lay there staring upward without understanding where he was. His head throbbed violently. Something warm trickled down the side of his face. blood. He blinked slowly. Pain exploded through his ribs. Then memory hit him all at once. The forest, the smiling figures, the bells, Rhea standing upside down on the roof of the Scorpio. Amon gasped and sat upright violently. The world spun around him. The Scorpio sat half-crushed beside a steep mountain slope several meters below the highway above. The vehicle looked mangled beyond recognition now, its front completely destroyed against jagged rocks while shattered glass glittered across mud and broken branches. The windshield was gone, one tire still spun slowly in the morning breeze. The entire vehicle looked like a corpse abandoned deep within the forest. Police jeeps surrounded the crash site above the slope while several rescue workers moved through the wreckage carrying equipment and stretchers. Villagers stood nearby whispering among themselves. None of them looked toward the forest, not directly, as though avoiding eye contact with something hidden between the trees. A rescue worker noticed Amon moving and rushed toward him immediately. "Sir." "Easy, easy." The man carefully helped him out of the wrecked Scorpio while Amon winced in pain. His legs nearly collapsed beneath him. "What happened?" Amon whispered. The rescue worker frowned in confusion. "You crashed during the storm last night." Amon stared blankly at him. "Last night? Just one night? That was impossible." It felt like they had been trapped inside the forest for days. The rescue worker guided him toward the road above while police officers exchanged stunned looks nearby. One of them whispered, "How the hell did he survive that fall?" Amon ignored them. His eyes searched frantically around the crash site. The wrecked Scorpio sat alone among shattered trees. Too alone. Panic surged instantly through his chest. "Where are the others?" The rescue worker hesitated. That hesitation alone was enough to terrify him. "Where are they?" Amon shouted louder. The man looked uncomfortable now. Then quietly, "We only found you." The words hollowed the world around him instantly. "No." Amon turned toward the wrecked Scorpio desperately. "No, no, no. They were with me." But even as he said it, something inside him already knew. The rescue workers had searched the entire area. There were no bodies, no footprints, no blood trails leading into the forest. Nothing, as though the others had simply vanished into the mountains themselves. The villagers nearby whispered nervously among themselves in Garhwali. One elderly man kept staring toward the trees with visible fear in his eyes. Another muttered prayers under his breath while clutching prayer beads tightly. None of them would step near the forest edge. Amon noticed strange objects tied to several nearby trees, tiny brass bells hanging from red thread, hundreds of them, some old, some newly placed, the same bells from the forest road. Cold dread crawled slowly up his spine. Then an old woman approached him from the crowd. Very slowly, very carefully, she wore a faded shawl soaked from rainwater while deep wrinkles lined her weathered face. Around her thin wrist hung several tiny brass bells tied together with black thread. They jingled softly as she walked. Clink, clink, clink. The sound made Amon's stomach tighten instantly. The old woman stopped directly in front of him and looked into his eyes with terrifying understanding, not curiosity, recognition, like she had seen survivors like him before. Then she whispered quietly, "Did they ask you to stay?" Amon froze. His breathing stopped, because suddenly, far beyond the sunlight, deep within the forest, he heard bells ringing. Soft, distant, waiting, clink, clink, clink. The sound drifted through the trees so faintly that nobody else seemed to notice, but Amon heard it clearly. The old woman's face darkened. "The forest remembers grief," she whispered. Her eyes slowly shifted toward the woods behind the crash site, and sometimes the bells on her wrist jingled softly. "It becomes hungry." A cold wind moved suddenly through the valley. The birds stopped chirping instantly. Silence spread across the mountains again, not natural silence, the other silence, the forest silence. The old woman stepped backward slowly. then spoke one final sentence. The forest never takes everyone. Almond turned instinctively toward the trees. Sunlight filtered peacefully through the forest now. Nothing moved. Nothing seemed wrong. But then, for one brief second, he saw her, his mother standing silently between the trees, wearing the same pale blue sari, smiling softly, not unnaturally this time, not monstrously, just sad. Tears filled Amon's eyes instantly. The figure slowly raised one hand, then pointed behind him. Amon turned automatically, and his blood froze solid. An ambulance stood nearby with one shattered side mirror hanging crooked from the door. Reflected in the broken mirror, Ria stood directly beside him, smiling, but in reality, nobody stood there. The reflection version of Ria looked pale beneath the morning sunlight. Rainwater dripped slowly from her hair while her smile stretched impossibly wide across her face, wider, wider, until the corners of her mouth split upward toward her cheeks. Her eyes remained fixed on Amon, unblinking. The reflected version slowly lifted one hand, and waved. The bells deep within the forest began ringing louder. Clink, clink, clink. Then suddenly, the reflection vanished. The mirror showed only Amon standing alone beside the ambulance, breathing hard. Trembling, but from somewhere far inside the trees, a woman's voice whispered softly through the morning wind, "Take the detour again." Even today, there are truck drivers in Uttarakhand who refuse to speak about certain roads after midnight, not because they are dangerous, not because of landslides, not because of accidents, but because some roads in the mountains are believed to remember people, especially people carrying grief. Old transport workers still whisper stories at roadside dabas during storms. Stories about drivers who vanished after taking shortcuts through forests that did not exist on maps during daylight. Stories about vehicles found crushed deep inside valleys with no bodies anywhere nearby. Stories about passengers who returned home afterward, different, wrong. The locals avoid certain stretches of highway when heavy rain begins falling across the mountains. Especially roads near Barid Gati, especially during storms, because that is when the detour appears. Not every night, not for everyone, only for people the forest chooses. Drivers report strange things before they disappear. GPS systems rerouting themselves onto unknown roads, coordinates changing on their own, voices speaking through static, road signs appearing where none existed before, warnings carved into trees. Do not stop. Do not answer voices. Do not follow the dead. Some travelers claim they saw people standing in the rain asking for help, a crying child beside the road, an injured woman waving desperately through fog, a lost old man begging for directions. But when survivors are questioned later, their stories never match, because each person sees someone different: a dead mother, a missing brother, a lover, a child, someone they failed, someone they miss, someone they would do anything to see one last time. That is what makes the Chalava terrifying. It does not chase you, it understands you. The entity hidden inside those forests does not hunt flesh, it hunts guilt. It learns the shape of regret, it studies grief until it can. Wear your memories better than you can, and once it discovers the wound inside you, it becomes impossible to resist. There are police records in Uttarakhand describing survivors pulled from horrific mountain crashes under impossible circumstances. People found alive after accidents that should have killed everyone instantly, but afterward, their families begin noticing things, small things at first: a husband forgetting family memories, a daughter staring at mirrors too long, a son speaking to empty corners at night. Sometimes they wake up standing outside during storms with mud on their feet and no memory of leaving the house. Sometimes they smile at inappropriate moments. Sometimes they whisper names belonging to dead people they should not know, and sometimes, late at night, their loved ones hear bells ringing softly inside empty rooms. Clink, clink, clink. Doctors call it trauma, shock, survivor's guilt. But mountain villagers know better, because according to old folklore, nobody truly escapes the detour. The forest always keeps a piece of you, and sometimes, it sends something back wearing your face. There are abandoned shrines deep in those mountains now covered entirely in rusted brass bells tied to trees with red thread. Truck drivers leave them there as offerings before crossing forest highways after dark, protection, warnings, prayers, because years ago, entire villages believed the mountains were sacred places where the dead could still hear the living. They were wrong, something else was listening, and somewhere inside those endless forests, beneath fog and pine and rain, the Chalava still waits, patient, hungry, studying passing headlights from between the trees, learning voices, learning faces, listening carefully for grief heavy enough to feed it. Sometimes during storms, travelers report seeing human figures standing silently among the trees smiling at passing vehicles. Sometimes they hear knocking on windows where nobody stands, and sometimes, if the rain is heavy enough, they hear a woman humming softly through radio static before the GPS changes route by itself. Faster route found, save 2 hours. That is how the forest invites people inside, not with force, with temptation, and every year, someone still accepts. So if you ever drive through the mountains of Uttarakhand during heavy rain, and the fog becomes thick enough to swallow the road, and your GPS suddenly offers a shortcut through the trees, ignore it. Do not slow down, do not stop for voices, do not answer if someone calls your name from the forest, and if you see someone standing alone in the rain ahead, especially someone you loved, keep driving, no matter what they say, no matter how real they look. Because if the dead are waiting for you on a road that should not exist, then it is already too late. And somewhere beyond the trees, the bells are already ringing for you. Two roads. Two stories. And you made it to the other side of both, but here's what nobody tells you about roads like Black Pine Road. About forest highways that only appear during storms. About detours that know your name, they don't close. Right now, somewhere in Oregon, fog is rolling back across Black Pine Road. The smiling woman is already standing in her place by the guardrail. Bare feet in the mud. Eyes reflecting headlights. Waiting for the next set of beams to cut through the darkness toward her, and somewhere in Uttarakhand, a road is opening between the trees during tonight's storm. A GPS is glitching. A truck driver is pulling off the highway, exhausted, just looking for a shorter route home. And ahead in the rain, someone is standing there. Someone he recognizes. Someone he buried. The smiling woman is still searching for something she lost. The forest detour is still deciding who deserves to leave, and the roads are still open. If tonight's stories kept you company through the dark, through whatever you were thinking about when you pressed play, then do something for this channel. Hit the like button. One tap. It tells the algorithm to find the next person who needs exactly this. The next driver. The next lonely midnight. The next person staring at rain on a window, wondering what's outside. Subscribe if you haven't already. Because next week, we go deeper. More Indian highway horror. More untold legends from the roads your GPS refuses to show you. More forests with no name. Press the bell icon, because some of our uploads go live at midnight. And those are the ones you definitely don't want to miss. Drop a comment. Tell me, which road scared you more? The Oregon fog or the Uttarakhand storm? Tell me if you've ever driven alone at night and seen something you couldn't explain. Tell me which story you'll be thinking about the next time your headlights catch a shape at the side of the road. I read every single one, and when you're ready to keep going, the playlists are waiting. Hours of Rain Horror. Indian urban legends that the English-speaking world has never heard. Haunted places. True investigations. Sleep compilations that will fill your longest, darkest nights. Our older videos are there too. Stories buried deep in the channel. Some of them are the most terrifying things we've ever uploaded. They've been patient. They can wait for you to find them. One last thing, before you close this video. Before you put your phone down. Before you try to sleep, check your mirrors, both of them. Not because something's there, but because of what you'll feel when it isn't. Until next time, keep your doors locked, keep the rain outside, and remember, some roads follow you home.